Squad!
Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, 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 every day.
We have new video from a crash that sent welterweight boxing champion Errol Spence Jr. to the intensive care unit. The crash ejected the boxer, but miraculously, he is expected to be okay.
TheBoxingVoice.com. It's been a miracle, and I'm a blessing from God that, I haven't had anything serious that would have had me out for a year or two, or just would have been, ending my career. None of them guys wish that I wasn't back so fast, but I am back, and I want to fight the top names in the division.
I have to ask you about your eye. We were all worried about you when you had to pull out of the Manny Pacquiao fight.
I want to fight, so
But you could have gone one.
yeah, one eye. I got another eye, so.
WBC and IBF welterweight champion of the world.
That's why I sound back, and I told people I didn't want to tune-up fight. I've been getting a second chance at life, and I've been getting a third chance at boxing. Nobody's avoiding Terrence Crawford. There's big fish on this side too that, I gotta fry. Like I said, I'm gonna get these belts over here, then I'm gonna come take Terrence Crawford belt because I said I'm gonna be undisputed welterweight champion of the world.
SDS Promotions.
What up, what up, what up? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. I am your host, Nesta Gibbs, and we have a lot to discuss. Big news. Terrence Crawford finally comes out and lets it all out, man. Gives us his side of the story. And, it's really up to you whether you decide to believe if this is the real or not. And I'll just say, it's hard not to believe him. I'm going to be real. It's hard not to believe that he isn't lying. Why would a person make everything up that he said? It's pretty crazy, man. I've defended Al Haymon here for a long time. But what Crawford told us is just insane. Al, he made it seem like Al wants it all for himself. Even though he said Al's a great man, a charming man, and so many other things, he made it seem like Al wants it all for himself. He made it seem like he was put in a position where his back was against the wall. He made it seem as if they tried to strong-arm him. Like, yo, take it or leave it. You ain't got nowhere to go. If you don't take this, Earl's still making 8 figures. So a lot has been said on behalf of Team Crawford. He questioned where Errol Spence was at. He said he reached out to him and let him know. Not only did they, it's just crazy, man. I just want to play the audio because it's pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy. But I love boxing, bro, because of this. It's a little soap opera, as you can see. Something's always cooking. Something's always happening. But this audio is insane. But let's play it, man. Let's play it with the full screen audio. So this is Terrence Crawford, obviously in a living room, and he's getting himself ready for the big.
Get into it. About to get into it.
Get himself ready for his big live. This is his big reveal. You know, he got upset. He felt it was too much BS being spread, and he wanted to come give us, quote unquote, the truth.
Yeah. All right, so listen, y'all. I'm about to give it to y'all raw and uncut. You know, I started talking to Team Spence, I would say, and Al Haymon and them about May. You know, right after his fight. You know, just going back and forth. You know, they sending me a proposal with the interest of a Spence and Crawford fight. We didn't get a contract until August, and you know, it was just kind of like a regular contract. You know, it wasn't nothing. It was initial proposal. It wasn't even a contract. It was a proposal, and Spence, Crawford, the intentions of us fighting. Okay, so we going on the basically the negotiations of what a contract would look like before we actually got the actual contract. Al goes in to saying a guy that I don't know, never represented me, not affiliated with Team Crawford, have no whatsoever place in Team Crawford's, you know, stable, representing me in a contract which I have no nothing upon that I agreed to. So basically that was a standpoint of what the contract would look like.
I'm sorry, my bad. I was muted. I didn't want to come over the audio. What I was saying that the word he was looking for was the terms. They were going over the terms before the actual contract was formulated, because you gotta go over the terms. Then that's all written in a verbal contract. I mean, in a written contract, so that everything that was said correlates with what's written down. But this other piece of information is strange. Like, how is there a lawyer there to represent Crawford that he doesn't know, that he didn't even hire? Some strange shit, man. I don't know. It's crazy because only in boxing does it get this weird. Only in boxing does it get this weird. Like, in what mind does it look right for you to have a lawyer that you found, and you're going to provide that lawyer's services to the person you're trying to negotiate with? Like, why would he feel safe? This shit don't make no sense.
So basically, I'm talking to Al, and I'm like, Al, come on, man, I don't even know this guy. You know, how can you do that? And he's like, well, the guy stated he's a part of your team, and
let's just stop right there. Crawford is saying, Al, I don't even know this guy. How can you do that? And Al hits him back and says, well, this guy states that he's part of your team? I mean, yo, you can't make this shit up. Let's be real. This is like a movie, bro. You cannot make this up. Crazy.
whatnot. And, you know, we going back and forth, you know. I was a good dude, man. I was a, you know, charming guy, you know. He's a cool dude, you know. I kind of like talking to him, but at the same time, Spence is our guy. I'm not. So, of course, he's going to do what's best for, you know, his fighter, his guy. That's like, you know, any other man
Oh, my God. I've been talking with it muted. Thank you, fellas. So I was saying that is the risk, man. That is the risk that is unfair for Crawford to take. You know, Al wants him to do things that they just don't seem common, man. They just don't seem common. Look, we'll just keep playing it. Unfortunately, I was muted when I made my point. I just don't want it to double loop. You know what I mean? So I've been muting my mic.
/ advisor would do.
Let me know if there's an echo right here, because I don't have my mic muted.
Me and Al, we talks on the phone, I get advice from other guys in PBC. They tell me.
That right there. He said he get advice from other guys in PBC. We all know he got advice from Broner. Let me be careful what I say. I'm assuming he got advice from Broner. Excuse me.
Be careful, make sure the deal is right. They tell me, make sure you don't get fucked.
He's going to go on to say that these guys on the PBC side that he's got this advice from, he considers his friends, which was also pretty different.
Just normal things from guys that's in they stable that I'm friends with. I honestly can say I'm friends with. So, we going on and on, and of course me and Al, we going back and forth about, the numbers. We not going back and forth about anything else.
Porter's also a good friend of Terrence Crawford, so don't forget Porter. Obviously, there is the correlation with Black Prom, Broner, Crawford, so they could have obviously had conversations, but Porter's also a good friend of his. So I'm hearing that there may be a slight echo. Then I got other people telling me that it is perfect. I don't know. That's why I was muting my mic, but obviously, that good old-fashioned Harding allows me to forget that I muted my mic and I go into talking. And see, that Harding popping, I forgot to start the Twitter spaces. So we'll do that. And I also forgot to start Discord. That's how things work out this morning. But we're going to go back to the audio and keep it moving.
Going back and forth about the numbers. All in all, I have two companies, that reach out to me that, wanted to give me and Spence $25 million guaranteed. $25 million guaranteed up front. So a real guy like myself, I call Spence. Hey, bro, look, listen. You know what I mean? I got this company that's willing to give us $25 million apiece, guaranteed. What's up? What you gonna do? He like, $25 million. What about the back end? I'm like, dude, listen. If they
Earl crazy. He said $25 million. What about the back end? So, in what world does Earl expect to sell? Let's see how this. We're gonna do this on a computer, so I'll shut off my Twitter Spaces, right? Because what we got to do that backwards. That's how we got to do it. We got to put 50 million. Right? Divided into, what we talking, 75? Right? So that's a lot of pay-per-view buys that they have to come up with. Here we go. Divided into $75. Ooh, that's not even a good number. You know what I'm saying? Too many sixes for me to repeat. I'm a man of the Lord. You feel me? That being said, that's a lot of pay-per-views. They got to at least clear $675,000 just to clear the two fighters' purses. Whatever company was willing to throw away $50 million to make this fight happen, they had to make sure they at least could sell $675. Remember, they got to give a cut to the pay-per-view provider. Now, are they going straight? Was it going to be Black Prime straight to their website? Then they ain't got to give a cut to nobody. That's different. But Earl talking about, what about the back end? So Earl and Al Haymon, because he's going to go on to say, Earl and Al Haymon believe that in this day and age, Earl Spence versus Terrence Crawford sells over 1 million pay-per-views. Because that's the only way you could pay those two fighters $25 million plus. Meanwhile, Al's contract ain't guaranteed $25 million. So, yeah, maybe Crawford and Earl could have made upwards of $25 million off the back end if they make over 1 million pay-per-views, but that isn't the guarantee up front. Like, somehow Crawford found a company that was willing to give $25 million per fighter. So when we call in here to debate and discuss this, please understand that. Please understand that he found $25 million for two welterweights that are not Mayweather Pacquiao per fighter. Man, I defended out a lot, but Al out here fucking up the game. That is not right. We should have got this fight with that guaranteed money. Al should have at least matched it. Wait till you hear what he says Al told him when he went to Al. After Earl said no. Because he went to Earl straight up. Like, bruh, I got 25 apiece for us. Oh, man, I love it.
Make their money back, then we get 80-20. You know what I mean? It's simple math. I said, man, we got people all still in the fight. They got the fire sticks. He laughed. He like, man, I got a fire stick too. I'm like, see? I'm like, man, ain't nobody really buying, you know what I mean, pay-per-views no more.
Now, I get Crawford, too. He like, man, fuck that risk. Fuck if we could sell 1 million, 1 million too, because we don't know if they actually going to buy it in this day and age. We don't know if they're going to steal it. Let's get this guarantee money. And it's on the company, do they make their money back? So I don't know if that was pretty nice to say, basically. And he doesn't go out and say it, but he definitely insinuates it. You know what I mean? But again, in business, you got to be shrewd. And like, why are you thinking about anyone else other than yourself and that guarantee that they're giving you, which is unheard of? When we talk about $25 million, there's very few people that have gotten a guarantee that high. We have to mention the Floyds, the Canelos, and Anthony Joshua's, Deontay Wilder's, you know, Tyson Fury. Very few people that are in that tax bracket, bro. $25 million guarantee is a lot of money, man. I don't think this fight ever happens. After this audio, there's some other audio from Team Crawford, not from Earl, not from Terrence Crawford, but from Bernie, one of the coaches. And, you know, he had some very, very immature things to say about Al that I feel may put a damper on negotiations without a doubt. You know, Crawford may have to control what's said out of Bernie's mouth if he wants to revisit the negotiations for sure.
I said, man, we get this upfront money and we good. It's a no-brainer. You know what I mean? But one thing about me and the difference between me and the difference between Spence is I'm really my own boss now, and he's not.
Keyword now. Because, you know, he is what us Dominicans like to say, está cogiendo aire right now. You feel me? His chest is poked out, and he like, I'm my own boss, and da-da-da. Bruh, we waited 2 fucking terms for you, okay? We waited for you to sign a Top Rank, then re-sign a Top Rank, then get off a Top Rank to be in this position. So fall back a little bit, you know what I'm saying? You just became a free agent, you know what I mean? So rubbing it in Earl's chest, who, even though he's partnered with somebody, has done very well up until this point, I think it was a little unfair as well.
He got to go through Al. He got to go through, you know what I mean, his team and ask them if he can do certain things that I don't have to no more. Yeah, I might have had to when I was with Top Rank because I was signed to Top Rank and They was my promotional company. So of course I had to go to Top Rank and ask them to get me this fight or do this for me or do that for me, because I was obligated to do certain things by their standard because I was signed to them. But now that I'm a free agent and I'm free to do whatever I want, I'm the one sitting at the table. I'm the one that's talking directly to these high individuals. Errol Spence not talking to, Terrence Crawford.
And again, the way that he formulates that, some Earl Spence fans might take it as a slight, as a diss. But it's the truth. Earl isn't at the table, but it's also the truth. He don't gotta be there. You got a high-powered representative. Like, Al is one of the greatest boxing minds that we've known in the last 20, 30 years. He's gotten people the highest paydays thus far. So, like, Earl's in good hands. Regardless of what Crawford is saying and how the negotiations have gone for him and how he will come out later in this audio and say he was getting fucked. He already came out in this audio and told us that Earl is Al's guy. So Earl is good. So again, he don't got to be there because Earl is being taken care of. We can all see that. We can all see that. There is nothing there. There's no discrepancy there that Earl is the man over there on PBC.
About the fight. You know what I mean? Errol Spence wasn't at the table. Errol Spence can't tell you or show you a contract that, says Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence, that he was there on the negotiations of. He can't do it. So he had to go back and ask Al for permission, if he can, take this big chunk of lump sum.
So this is where I disagree. And, obviously I talk to a lot of industry insiders, people that deal with Al Haymon, trainers that have fighters with Al Haymon. And it's like, bro, don't Al work for you? So when Crawford says he got to go ask for permission, I don't like that. Not that Crawford is wrong for saying it. I don't like that. That is the perception. Al works for Earl. If Earl and Crawford got off the phone and they got $50 million for a fight, I'm going to turn to my advisor and I'm going to say, bruh, what's good? Because you ain't offered me $25 million guaranteed. Can we get this fight done with these people? Oh, nah, we can't do that, Earl. It wouldn't be right. You going to be, biting the hand that feeds you. I've been getting you right thus far. Now you want to take the biggest fight to another spot without me? Nah, Al, not without you. Get the fuck on board. If I'm getting 25 mil, you might be getting a nice chunk of change too. Nah, Earl. Let's just you and I do it the way we've been doing it on our own with PBC. We'll get Crawford on board. Okay, Al, but can you guarantee me I'm going to make 25 million or more? Because I don't think he could guarantee that shit. I don't think, and if he could, let me tell you, it may be one-sided. Yeah, he guarantees 25 million to Earl, which is unfucking heard of. Up until today, or rather yesterday, nobody expected these two men to get $50 million for these purses, let alone back end like Earl wants. So where the fuck Al gonna get this money from? Because when you my advisor and you advising me not to take 25 million, you better have a fucking plan B. Keith Thurman ain't giving me 25 million, so what are you going to tell me? I'm going to give you Keith Thurman and get you half of that 25. Then who else to get the other half? And that's only the fucking 25. What about the back end that they talk about that if they do it with Al, they can make? Because they assuming they can sell over $1 million. That's the only back. You got to at least sell 700 to cover them damn purses. So that back end, you better sell a lot of fucking pay-per-views you want back end.
Of money to fight Terrence Crawford, which he didn't call me back, so I proposed it to Al. I hit up.
And this is why I believe this man. So, you know, he giving way too much detail. It's on Earl to come out and do the same thing. He's got a Twitter live. He's got an IG live. Like, my man said I went to Earl, sat down on, not sat down, you know, metaphorically, called him, you know, had a conversation, told him about the money. He talking about back end. He talking about he got to talk to Al. He never gets a call back now. You got a dude, a company giving you $25 million. Mind you, Crawford's going to go on to say that the company, the hedge fund, when hedge funds should be running from Al Haymon, this hedge fund says they know Al Haymon and they willing to fucking work with Al Haymon. And Al still shut the door on the biggest fight of this decade for us. I don't know. Again, I've defended the man for a lot. And I get that this is his big fight. He's built Earl to this position that Earl is a cash cow, so to speak. Quote, unquote. He obviously is not Canelo, but out of the other pay-per-view draws in America, Earl is one of the highest selling. So I can see why Al doesn't want to share. But then you shouldn't have fucked up in negotiations. You should have signed that man to your company so we wouldn't be here. Because I don't know how we get back to the negotiation table without talking about $25 million. If I got a company that's giving me 25, and if this fight with Crawford and Avanesian successfully happens, he's proven that the funds are real. Just let that sink in, man. You know, what they going to do if this fight really happens? That means not only that the $10 million that he's getting for Avanesian is real, but the 25 a pop they offering is fucking real.
Al, I'm like, Al, listen, you know, man, I got this big hedge fund company out here, you know. They claim they know you. Not one, but two. Not one, but two. You know what I mean? Two companies willing to put 20 plus million in both of our pocket, guaranteed. Al tell me straight up, I'm not letting nobody touch this fight.
That's the saddest part of this right here. I'm not letting nobody touch this fight. So you being selfish because you don't want to give this man what he's worth. He's now got 3 companies. We got to assume. Or we can assume it's 2. Assume Black Prime is one of them. However you want to fucking do it. Dice it up how you want. It could be 3, right? Black Prime plus 2 hedge funds. Or it could be 2. Black Prime plus 1 hedge fund. However you want to interpret this audio, to me it sounds like 3. Sounds like 3. Black Prime plus 2 hedge funds. Willing to pay them 20 plus million. And you telling those 2 men, nobody touching this fight. So now Al got to make, he going to have to make money come out of nowhere. Because, like, you got 3 people telling you this fight worth more than what Al was trying to, like, he's going to go on to say that he literally accepted 0 guarantee when he got 3 people guaranteeing him 8 figures. He accepted 0. So I don't know how we ever get this fight again. Especially, I haven't even played Bernie's audio. I think Bernie's audio was the nail in the coffin. I think Al Haymon has walked away from this fight with that audio, but we'll get to that in a bit.
Like, all right, cool. But I'm like, why? He like, why would you want to put a ceiling on yourself? Why you want to put a cap on yourself? I'm like, well, that's not putting a cap on myself. If this company is taking a risk, then, you know.
And you see, that's why I said maybe Crawford fucked up. Like, you telling the company that's willing to give y'all 50, they the ones taking the risk. Like, damn, keep that shit to yourself. And Al kind of showed that he's not a bad man either by telling them, why would you want to cap yourself? Because, yes, maybe you and I, the people listening to this, don't believe that these men make it to 1 million pay-per-view buys. But if they make it to 1 million, they make more than the 25 million guaranteed apiece. It's just that simple. You know, if they make it to 1.2, man, they really getting an amazing back-end check. So is Al being shrewd, or is he looking out once again for Errol Spence, who he is an advisor to, and he knows this fight will make more. He is responsible for the biggest pay-per-views, right? He's done Mayweather-Pacquiao. He's done McGregor, Mayweather, Canelo, Mayweather, Oscar, Mayweather. Those are the biggest pay-per-views in boxing history, you know, or some of them, because obviously Mike Tyson and, you know, our good friend Roy Jones did very well on pay-per-view. Oh, shit, this shit motherfucker started over. Okay, we're going to have to fast forward that.
Why don't you get Spence and you know, take this big chunk of lump sum of money to fight Terrence Crawford? Which, he didn't call me back, so I proposed it to Al. I hit up Al. I'm like, Al, listen, you know, man, I got this big hedge fund company out here, you know. They claim they know you. Not one, but two. Not one, but two. You know what I mean? Two companies willing to put 20 plus million in both of our pocket, guaranteed. Al told me straight up, I'm not letting nobody touch this fight. Like, all right, cool. But I'm like, why? He like, why would you want to put a ceiling on yourself? Why you want to put a cap on yourself? I'm like, well, that's not putting a cap on myself. If this company is taking a risk, then, you know, high risk, you know what I mean, high reward. If that's the case, you know, I can't seem to see a fight that's been doing millions, you know, since Floyd and them. So, you know, that was an altercation.
Which he does have a point. I mean, Canelo Alvarez got smacked in the face by Caleb Plant, who, you know, say what you want. Paulie Malignaggi was just on this show debating with Bill Haney and said it live on air that race sells. You know, Tyson Fury dressed in the Apollo Creed outfit, the American, you know, flag for a reason, right? Because there is a such thing. There's a movie out there called The Great White Hope. So even Caleb Plant, who is from Tennessee, white as can be, and smacked the shit out of the face of boxing, they only did 800,000. They only did 800,000. So when Crawford says, I don't see no fights doing $1 million, he ain't fucking lying. He ain't lying. That doesn't mean that these fights won't get to $1 million. I mean, we do have Deontay Wilder. You know, terrestrial pay-per-view buys was about 850, and they, you know, they say that it was about 400 digital buys. So that's a lot of money. That's 1.2, something like that with him and Fury. Can Crawford and Earl get to that? I guess I got to end this poll and get to that poll. But this poll, which almost has 700 votes, who is to blame for the fight not happening? Terrence Crawford, 25% of the voting public. Earl Spence Jr., 7% of the voting public. Al Haymon, 47%. The business of boxing, 21%. So there's still some optimistic people that believe this is just the business of boxing, which in a way, after hearing the audio twice, you kind of hear that. Al does come out and say, why would you put a ceiling on yourself? Because guess what? Once again, if you do 1.2 million pay-per-view buys at $75, hand over fist worth of money. So Al might not be lying when he says don't put a cap on yourself. This might be the biggest fight since Mayweather-Pacquiao. Does it do those numbers? I don't know. That's going to be my next poll. I'm going back to the audio.
You know, I asked Al, I said, since this fight is dragging on with me and Spence, and we can't get things together, why don't I come out and meet you?
Oh, shit. So that's what it is when I change scene.
Pacquiao. So I'm like, okay, well, it's the first time for everything. I wanted to fight in this year. You know what I mean? High reward. If that's the case, you know, I can't seem to see a fight that's been doing millions, you know, since Floyd and them. So, you know, that was an altercation, you know. I asked Al, I said, since this fight is dragging on me and Spence, and we can't get things together, why don't I come out and meet you with my lawyer and we just wrap it up? Just me and you and my lawyer. Al said, you know, his mother was, you know what I mean, not doing too well, and I honor that and I respect that. You know, family first. I'm a family oriented type of guy, so I know what it is, you know, to, you know, put your family first. So I'm cool with that. But then again, you know, as negotiations still drag on, and I had stated that I wanted to fight in this year, I asked Al again, because we seemed like we wasn't getting nowhere. So I asked Al, I said, Al, listen, why don't you get Spence and you, since you his representative, and I'll get myself and my lawyer, and we just make this fight, you know what I mean, anything we gotta do, we can do it right there and sign, seal, deliver. And Al told me straight up, that ain't never happened in the history of ever, where two fighters sit down at the table and they come to an agreement and they get a fight made like that. Not even Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao. So I'm like, okay, well, it's the first time for everything. I never heard of a fighter.
I ain't gonna front. That's pretty silly. I don't know, maybe Al has experience. Like, the only thing I could imagine hearing that yesterday was maybe Al has experience trying to sit two fighters down, and the animosity or
the pride.
Or I'm the big fish, you know, I'm the big crawfish, whatever the case may be, now comes out at that table and prolongs things. They start yelling, bickering, arguing. So I could see why Al has never done that.
And not just that, but bro, you say it all the time. You know, about my face and my facial expressions, and you know, so it's like shit. Somebody say something in the room,
the meeting, yes,
and you read the other person's body language, and you're like, whoa, what's up? Bro, yeah. I could see that definitely.
But I could also see what Crawford said, man. Listen, if it's about money, if we businessmen, we could both get down there, sit down there, iron this shit out, lock it out today, knock it out today. I do not mind that, because I'm hands-on. I want to be there too. Honestly, I want to be there. I want to hear everything. Don't give it to me secondhand, because what if you forget something? Give me a recording. If I can't be there, I want to see it. I want it all. I want all that info, man. I got a couple super chats I got to get to. Modern King Boxing sends a super sticker that says on set. So it's a chair.
Yeah.
Like he's on the set of a movie. So he's already got his chair pulled up waiting for the show.
Got his popcorn ready.
Let's go.
Good to go. Casual boxing fan, $5 super chat says, Crawford has done a total of around $330,000 altogether on pay-per-view. Nobody buying your pay-per-view. Social media has showed us how much a novela boxing is.
And listen, he's
right. For those
right.
who don't know, a novela is a soap opera.
So he's right, Danny. Crawford hasn't done a total amount of pay-per-view buys that exceed 500,000, but that is why he is fearful. He's not Earl. That's why Earl hears 25 million guarantee, and he's like, what about the back end? Meanwhile, we don't even think he's making that. But the first question out of his mouth was, what about the back end? So Earl's accustomed to a back end check off his pay-per-view buys, and Earl's accustomed to not failing on pay-per-view. Earl's accustomed to making money on pay-per-view, both front and back. So we know why Crawford's hesitant, because he don't make those numbers of Earl. He never seen them back-end checks. And I get that he's supposed to be wanting to see the books and wanting to fine comb everything. But he also got to see that in the last 25 years, who sued Al Haymon? What fighter's mad at Al? What fighter's saying that Al is not paying him, other than one guy who I'm not saying his name anymore? You know what I'm saying? And you make your own decision on that. Every other Al Haymon fighter is posting how blessed they are, how happy Al taught them about real estate, how they got 7, 6, 8, 20 houses on a portfolio, how they sold the house and made $600,000 profit. Like, I would have just cut a deal with Al, because I know Al did what he did for Vernon Forrest. He did what he did for Layman Brewster. He obviously made Floyd Mayweather. Adrian Broner was considered the next Floyd Mayweather. I mean, he got Laura the Canelo fight. He got Jacobs the Canelo fight. Plant got the Canelo fight. Plant made $10 million. We don't even know the back end. Plant made $10 million for that shit. So I get all you Crawford fans who like, no, he got to protect themselves. And Al Stable told him he's going to get fucked. I see Benavidez and his father saying, we wrapping up our career with this man. We wrapping it up. No. We ain't got no paper. We ain't got no contract, but we love Al Haymon. We gonna finish our career with Al Haymon. And I seen him come into my studio with some big shit. That shit was chunky. The son too. We was at the Phoenix, 2 bangos, 2 fat ones. Ain't nobody over there hurting. Benavidez Jr. had a Lamborghini, 21 years old. That's minimum $400,000 car. Let's just be real. You know, the ones they buying. They ain't buying those Gallardos, the cheap ones. You know what I'm saying? They buying Murcielago or some shit like that. So, I don't know, man. I get Bud, but sometimes you got to be on the inside to know how things work. You know, maybe Bud needs to have a conversation with Floyd. Like, Floyd wanted to sign him. Floyd don't ever sound like he getting fucked. He doing the opposite. He been fucking the game.
He about to do pay-per-view.
He been fucking the game.
He about to do the zone pay-per-view.
And Floyd putting people on. Shout out to DeAndre Savage and Chris Lovejoy. They on his Dubai card with Deji. He put people on. So I think maybe Crawford need to have a talk with Floyd. But again, we still ain't played the audio from Bernie that probably murdered this fight. It's probably done.
Ever taken 0 guarantee in a fight? I never heard of a fighter of a 4-rounder taking 0% of a guarantee. That is something that's new to me, but that's something that I was willing to do to make this fight happen. You know, a lot of people, you know, they say, oh, well, Terrence, you ducked, or Terrence, you did this, and you didn't want to fight Spence. I'm the only one that was taking all the risks. You know, I told him, all right, cool. I take no guarantee. I take, you know what I mean, the less end of the money. You know, whatever it is you want, I take it, because that's how much confidence I got that I'm going to beat that man. That's how much confidence I got I'm going to beat that man. So, you know, even though I know I was getting fucked in the long run, I just, you know, wanted a little transparency.
Did we hear anything as to whether there was a rematch clause? Because to hear that you taking no guarantee, to hear you allegedly taking the short end of the stick, was there a rematch clause?
I don't remember. Jesus. Yeah, I don't remember. I did watch it live. But it was just a lot to consume, champ. You know, I didn't know if we were gonna get Errol Spence to jump on at any point.
That would have been fire. People were tagging him as well. I thought maybe he would at least been in the comments section, but I'm sure he heard it, and the rest of the world has heard it. Every single YouTube channel has uploaded it. Shit, I didn't even know we uploaded it. Canna must have been working late night. I woke up, that shit was uploaded. So, yeah, but back to the audio.
I said, okay, if I'm gonna bet on myself, and I'm gonna go against all the odds, then I wanna, you know what I mean, a little transparency. Of course, you know, I wanna be able to write off on, you know, things that's gonna affect my check. Of course, I wanna see if the numbers add up to what they telling me. You're not gonna go in. It's just simple to me to think that a person will go in a business with a person 50-50, and this person would tell them well, you got to give me 50% down, and I give you 50%, and then you say, oh, well, I'm not going to tell you how much we really made, but I'm going to just.
So right there, I'm a little lost. Are you lost?
That definitely caught my attention yesterday because I was like,
what 50% is you putting? What you mean? How I'm gonna go to business, give a person 50%, and then they say I can't see the books? What 50 you putting? So you guaranteeing your own purse? Because that's what a promoter do. Bob Arum would have been in this. He'd have still been your promoter. Him and Al come to agreement. Your guarantee is guaranteed by your promoter. So your promoter's putting that up. That's why they going 50-50. Like, I don't get what he means 50-50. Like, what 50 he put? Did he get 50% of the venue or something? Like, did he bring the venue?
So here's the thing. So when I heard it, what I thought was the two investment companies he spoke on.
Yeah, but that's a whole different conversation because Al already said, I'm not letting nobody touch this fight. So the money that you bring into the table don't count.
Has that already
passed? That passed. The money that he said he was bringing to the table don't count because Al said we not taking that.
So I don't know if that's what he referred to.
And Al's reason was, why would you put a cap on yourself? So he obviously meant, I'm not putting a cap on Spence. Spence can make more than $25 million.
So I don't know if that's what he, referenced.
Let's play the tape, but I don't get what he meant by that because I'm sure he's not putting 50% up of this fight.
Give you this, you just got to trust me. Come on now. It don't make no sense. I never was offered.
I want to stop it there. When he said, I give you this, you just got to trust me. I mean, you all talk about the most popular advisor in boxing. There is no one as popular as Al, and there is no one that can match Al's purses in terms of what he's been able to get for his fighter. Like, yeah, we got Canelos and AJs of the world. That's one dude. But we talking about an advisor manager
with countries behind them.
Exactly.
Right? Like, which one?
What country's behind Plant? That he got 10 million.
Oh wow, dude, let's be honest.
Exactly. That he got 25 million. Like,
what country's behind Deontay Wilder?
What
country's behind Floyd Mayweather?
Al's giving multiple people on the PBC side millions of dollars. So his track record is there. So again, I think this fight is done because it's like, not only do you not trust me when I'm like the godfather of boxing outside of Bob Arum, but you don't trust me. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know that this happens. But then you got the Bernie audio, which we still ain't get to.
I never was offered a guarantee, not once. I never, was given anything. But here, you want this fight? We gonna fuck you, and then you got what you want. But that's how much confidence and faith I have in myself. I took it all. I took it all. I took the risk. Big risk, big reward. That's how I look at it. And I believe in my abilities, and I believe in myself. So I'm like, it's whatever. Errol Spence, he can't say the same. He can't say the same. He on audio saying Al Haymon gonna make sure he's good. He's in the best position to win this fight. Of course he is. He supposed to.
But that's my point. You see what I'm saying? That should have rubbed Crawford not the wrong way, the right way. You got this young man that came out of the Olympics and is a household name, so to speak. He got him the most views out of the Olympians. Who's been watched the most? No one's got a record of 6 million like Earl. Out of the Olympians, who's been on pay-per-view more? No one more than Earl. So I feel like Earl's bond with Al should have rubbed Crawford the right way and allowed him to possibly trust. Open that up so we don't lose it, the 23-month one. Should have allowed him to possibly trust Al, or at least be a little more trusting. You know what I'm saying? Like, All these guys on the PBC side, 200 guys, you think 200 plus guys are trusting their lives with Al for no reason? And we complain that they don't fight enough. And we assume that they complain that they don't fight
All right,
enough.
hold on. Let me play devil's advocate, right? Because there was a I want to say I know it was more than 1,000. I want to say it was a couple thousand, but I don't want to lie to the people. But there was at least more than 1,000 people to trust. And this is just me playing devil's advocate, right?
Yeah.
Right. So don't put me on the cross. But there was over 1,000 people to trust Bernie Murdoch, right, with millions and millions and billions of dollars. And you know, for about 30 years, he stole from these people, and they didn't realize it, and he got away with it. And, you know, obviously he ended up getting caught, but I'm just saying, like, bro, but, like what he was saying, for the first time, he's not with a promoter, so he is a free agent. So I remember there was a point in time where, you know, he's basically admitting, like, to certain things, even if maybe he may be at fault or whatever the case may be. Bro, fighting your life that is supposed to take care of your family and your kids.
And you taking short money just don't sound right.
You just want to make sure it's done right. You know what I'm saying? And if he ain't been put in that position.
But let's not act like Al Haymon didn't put Floyd Mayweather Jr. in this position.
No, I'm not acting like that at all.
You know, Mayweather was not the A side versus De La Hoya. Mayweather was forced to come in at a higher weight, forced to use heavier gloves, and had the 30% split of the purse. So this isn't uncommon, Crawford. So are you saying that he didn't fuck with Floyd and he fucked Floyd, or did he put Floyd in position?
I don't think that he's thinking that he's trying to get fucked, but, you know.
He said that. You need me to rewind it?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Oh, okay.
Because in the same video, he says he's like, I like Al.
Look,
Al's a nice guy.
You know what I mean? You got what you want. But, you know, that's how it is you want. I'll take it because that's how much confidence I got that I'm going to beat that man. That's how much confidence I got I'm going to beat that man. So, you know, even though I know I was getting fucked in the long run.
Should I rewind? I don't think Danny heard it. Even though I know I was getting fucked in the long run. All I'm saying is maybe he got to be a little bit more trusting, man.
So which one is it? Do you like the person? And do you think they're a nice person? Or do you think that they're trying to fuck you?
I mean, it could be both.
Because I heard
it could be both. He said Al's charming. He's a nice guy. I like the guy, but he feels like the contract is shitty. It could be both. It could certainly be both.
Really quick, I do want to acknowledge Rizzy Ree, member for 23 months, says everybody wants their favorite fighter to have proof or funds or see what the other side is getting until Bud asks. Then it's a problem.
True, because a lot of Wilder fans wanted to know. But you can't make this about Wilder. Wilder wanted to know what the total pot was. Wilder wanted to know what AJ was getting. Bud hasn't said that this has been an issue yet. He hasn't said, well, I ain't get to know what Earl was making. Like, he ain't say none of that. But anyway, back to the audio.
I just, you know, wanted a little transparency. I said, okay, if I'm gonna bet on myself and I'm gonna go against all the odds, then I wanna, you know what I mean, a little transparency. Of course, you know, I wanna be able to write off on, you know, things that's gonna affect my check. Of course, I wanna see if the numbers add up to what they telling me. You're not gonna go in. It's just simple to me to think that a person will go in a business with a person 50-50 and this person would tell them, well, you got to give me 50% down and I give you 50%. And then you say, oh, well, I'm not going to tell you how much we really made, but I'm going to just give you this. You just got to trust me. Come on now. It don't make no sense. I never was offered a guarantee, not once. I never you know what I mean, was given anything. But here, you want this fight? We gonna fuck you, and then, you know what I mean, you got what you want. But, you know, that's how much confidence and faith I have in myself. You know, I took it all. I took it all. I took the risk. You know, big risk, big reward. That's how I look at it. And I believe in my abilities, and I believe in myself. So I'm like, it's whatever. You know, Errol Spence, he can't say the same. He can't say the same. You know, he on audio, saying Al Haymon go make sure he's good. He's in the best position to win this fight. Of course he is. He supposed to. You know, you got everything surrounding you to help you. You know, so people mad at me because Al told me if I don't take this fight, he's just gonna go and Errol Spence gonna make eight figures. He's gonna make 8 figures without me. So basically, he telling me, well, you take this fight or leave it, or you got nothing.
And I did interpret it that way. When he said this, I did feel like Al gave him an ultimatum, like you want to take it or leave it basis. Like whether you take this or not, Earl still going to make 8 figures. So I felt like Crawford's back was against the wall, and I felt that's why, you know, he was happy to come out with this Avenesian fight to show, because it did show his worth. You can't tell a man he not worth a guarantee if he just got a company to guarantee him that. Now he comes out here and he tells us he got 2 more companies guaranteeing him $25 million a pop for the Earl fight. So it's hard to say this man's not worth what he says he's worth.
And that's something that, you know, I think we've said time and time again on the show, and that's like, you can't say the fighter is getting overpaid. Like, how? Somebody's paying it.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? So whether the promoter is making a good business decision, the investor, whoever, the network, whatever, that ain't got shit to do with them.
Word.
You get what I'm saying? Because they got it off. If you get it off, how is it overpaying? And you know, Crawford showed here, you know, yo, I'm getting $10 million for Avenesian.
Crazy. Real money.
Basically, because we've been dragging. So when I don't know, like, the type of caliber of people that he been dealing with or they been dealing with, but I'm not the type of guy to just sit on my ass and sit on my hands for no man to feed my family. So you mad at me for taking a fight with a tough opponent, you know, you may not know him, but he's a tough opponent for a bigger purse, a guarantee that I wasn't even gonna get. You crazy in the head. You crazy in the head. So now here we go, you know what I mean, back to square, you know what I mean, one. Like, what do you really expect? You expect me to be disrespected, ran over, stepped on, and just sit there and just take it? That's crazy. That ain't even my style. See, me personally, I wasn't even gonna say nothing because I'm not the talkative type, and y'all pretty much know that. But sometimes, you know, you gotta say what's real. You gotta say what's on your mind, and you gotta stop letting these people just do what they want with you. A lot of people say, well, did he ask to see Bob Arum's books? Did he ask for transparency with Bob Arum?
Please pay attention to what he says here so that when you call in, you don't repeat any stupidity, because, you know, he is going to be very honest on his answers here.
No, I didn't. You know why? A lot of y'all probably don't even know why, but I was signed to Bob Arum. I wasn't my own boss. I was given a guarantee on every single fight that I fought for Bob Arum in Top Rank. That's the difference. That's the difference, you guys. So if you guys can't understand that, then I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. You know, so I stated that I want to fight this year, and that was my thing. I wanted to fight this year. So we going back and forth, numbers, boom, 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 boom. So the transparency part, you know, that was the dragger. Where was Errol Spence at? I didn't hear Errol Spence. Where was the tweets? I didn't hear the tweets. I didn't see the tweets. Where was this guy at? He was under a rock. If you're a real one, like you say you is, like the truth, you'll come out and tell the truth. You tell the truth, buddy. Come on, man. I called you and told you, listen, got this bread on the table, man. What is you doing? What is you doing? You not your own boss, my dude. So stop saying that you your own boss. Stop saying that you the truth and you this and you that, but you got to answer to a lot of people, my dude. You got to answer to a lot of people, and I'm not knocking that. I'm not knocking it. You know what I mean? It is what it is. They got you to where you is now. They got you.
I ain't gonna front. He says he ain't knocking it, but he said it with a smirk. You know what I'm saying? Like, you was just in that position, but I'm happy that he's happy to be a free agent because now he see what we've been telling his ass to do. You know what I'm saying? It's a better position. For some fighters, being a free agent is a better position. You need a promoter till you don't need a promoter.
To where you is now. But, you know, I don't know. I'm just saying. But, like, when you look at it, a lot of people say, oh, well, why you didn't fight Boots? Or why you didn't fight Ortiz? Well, them names that never came up. I would have fought them names in a heartbeat.
So essentially what I took from this is that he's saying Black Prom never offered those names. That Black Prom basically paying him to fight. Avanesian is the only name that came on his table from Black Prom.
Yes.
Okay, so you agree with that?
Yeah. And I think even from that Blue audio when
Blue Blood said they just couldn't afford to go to those other names. They knew not to go to the other names because they figured those other names wanted more money.
Right.
Come on, man. I'm the best fighter in the world. Who you think I am? Who you think I am? I'm the best fighter in the world. I always fought in my mandatories. I ain't never ducked my mandatories. But, you know, yet and still, I hear through the grapevine, Spence is about to fight a guy that he promised and he swore that he wasn't going to fight, which is Keith Thurman. Now, I don't know how true that is, but that's what's floating around. So, what's up with the trueness with that? You swear up and down that you're not gonna fight this guy. You don't care what nobody say. Now you about to fight him. So that means you was lying, buddy. But you know why he gotta fight Thurman? You wanna know why, fans? Because of the money. It's all about the money. Come on now. He not gonna make that much money fighting Ortiz or Boots. Come on, man, it's obvious. Who Spence gonna fight besides me that's gonna make, you know, $20 million? Nobody.
I'm gonna be real, they ain't making no 20 mil with Thurman, you think? 20 million, you gotta sell what, 225,000 pay-per-views?
Let's see.
And that's without the pay-per-view cut?
Let's see.
So you at least need what, like 275 to cover that 300. I guess they could do that with Thurman, bro. Earl and Thurman is a talker. I guess Crawford wrong there. You definitely getting 300,000 with Thurman.
Let me see.
Man, you getting 300,000, man.
So 400,000 is 30 million.
There you go.
Now obviously there's a split, you know, all that good shit. But you know, there's still ticket sales and
Yep,
sponsors and gates and all that.
Before we go back to the audio, I made a new poll. We got over 729 votes. How many pay-per-view buys does Spence versus Crawford do? 1.2 million, 12% of the voting public. 1 million, 17% of the voting public. 500,000 plus, 54% of the voting public. And under 400,000, 17%.
I think I've been on record saying I believe it'll do at least 500.
500 doesn't cover the $25 million purses that Crawford could get guaranteed. You need at least 675,000 pay-per-view buys, and that's without giving the pay-per-view provider any split. So that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you go back to the table if I got a company guaranteeing me damn near 600 and something thousand buys, which isn't normal in this day and age? Like, people don't do 600,000.
I don't know, but I'm gonna tell y'all like this. I don't know how truthful it is, but you know, Floyd say, you know, he's the spokesman of PBC and he's our right-hand man. We done heard that on numerous occasions, and Floyd came out and said that the fight wasn't happening in this year. So, y'all mad at me for going to get a bag? When did that ever happen? Y'all mad at me for going to get a bag? Come on, man. We're going to turn up with BL.
Let keep playing.
Bruh, he about to fuck this up so bad.
No, and it happens again. Just let it keep playing.
No, it happens. That's what I'm saying. He about to fuck it up so bad towards the end of this. It's crazy.
Time. You know what I mean? We gonna do our thing, man. We stepping up to the plate, man. They turning boxing around, man. All the biggest fights, you know what I mean, going through them. You know, they the new wave. You know? Hey, giving these fighters, you know what I mean, they just do.
I got one of our listeners, boxing pound for pound, Jack. He says $10 million gate plus 540,000 pay-per-view buys at 75 gets you 50 million. Do you think they do 10 million in a gate?
Oof.
That's a lot of money. What's 10 gates look like?
I think that's like double his gates. I'm not even trying
Get the fuck out of here. Double Tank Gates, who brings out celebrities.
I think Tank.
And ticket sales are
Let me
expensive.
not misspeak. Let me not misspeak.
Let me get back to the audio while you find that, because
Yeah.
boxing pound for pound, Jack, you don't sound right.
You want to fight this guy, you want to fight this guy, they going to make it happen. It's simple. You know? But, hey, my intentions is still the same. After this fight, Spence, you know what I mean, successful. I'm successful. He said he going to spin the block. Then let him spin the block so I can drop him off where he stand. And that's just how I'm going to keep it. It's just that simple.
Sorry, champ. I think they can come close. Done right, I think they could come close.
$10 million gate?
Yeah, I mean, Spence, who guys did 5? You know what I'm saying? You got to understand that now more ballers want to come out for Spence and Crawford. So them ringside seats, you know, they go up a little bit. The riser seats, they go up a little bit. But yo, that was 40,000 tickets. This is gonna do more than, you know. I expect them to do very well at the gate. And let's not forget us. Actually, yeah. Let me see. Canelo did 18. They said Canelo did over 18 million for what fight? I'm trying to see. I'm pulling up this article.
I need you guys to stop hitting me up and talking about this is the same as Wilder. AJ and Wilder fans are now hating on Bud. It's not. Bud has given us 20 minutes of audio, so we don't need to assume. You guys need to stop with your narrative.
Yeah, they doing at least 10.
You need to stop with your narrative. He's given us 20 minutes of audio. He's never once said, I was not aware of what Earl was going to get. He never once made that an issue, so stop making that an issue so that you can try to attach Wilder and AJ to this. It's not the same. It is not the same. Wilder and Al Haymon, listen, Crawford had to go to Al via phone. He wanted a meeting. He never got one. Fucking Al got out his house and went to the zone with Shelly and Wilder. It's not the same, bro. You fanboys, please stop before I time your ass out and send you to the Phantom Zone.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? I wasn't wrong about Tank. Tank does $5 million. He did $5 million with Rolly.
Mm-hmm. Damn.
But that was in New York.
Dude with 14 fights.
That was in New York. Canelo Plant did $18 million here in Vegas.
Yo, you talking Canelo?
Correct.
That's what I'm saying. You got Wilder Fury did $18 million, but that you talking big boys.
So you don't think they could do damn near half?
I'm not saying I don't think. I'm just saying.
I think 10.
Everybody who's done 10 and better are big names.
No, I think 10 is a realistic thing when you take into consideration that Errol just did 5 in Dallas. Only 40,000 tickets sold with Ugas. And I say only, that's still great. But we obviously believe that if this was a stadium fight, it would be bigger than. And we think that if it lands in Vegas, we know it's going to be a sellout wherever. And the tickets are going to be kind of pricey.
Word. Finn, let's wrap up this audio. We're going to be taking callers on Twitter Spaces. So for everybody that wants to speak and give your opinion right here on the Voice of the People hotline, don't forget we're taking callers on Twitter Spaces and our Discord. So join us on either.
He spin the block. We're going to be ready for whatever. And y'all fans, y'all can, you know what I mean, chop it up and edit it and put it however y'all want and try to change the narrative or my words, but December 10th, you know what I mean, tune in to BLK Pride. Black Pride.
Damn, bud. You got to get that shit together, B.
Hey, baby, we in the building. Tune in, y'all. If y'all don't, you know what I mean, y'all some haters. If y'all do, you know what I mean, it is what it is, man. Support the kid.
They always say me. True.
Welcome back, Jay. Ladies and gentlemen, we were muted. All we did say is that the live show, the live, video for Crawford has ended. We will be taking callers now. You can request us on Twitter Spaces. Raise your hand on Discord. We want to hear what you got to say. What do you think about the breaking news? Terrence Bud Crawford finally breaks his silence and gives us his side of what we are calling an ongoing novela. For those that don't know, novela is a soap opera. We got Corey.
Yo, we got over 1,400 people tuned in live right now.
And we don't have 1,400 thumbs up.
Make sure to smash the like button. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to share. And make sure to head on over to stagefrontvip.com/boxing voice and enter our sensational VIP experience giveaway.
Free. It's absolutely
giveaway.
Free.
Giveaway. And that is for Chocolatito Gallo Estrada 3. It includes ringside seats. It includes VIP access to the weigh-in. It includes access to a Matchroom VIP party with Stagefront that will have us doing a live show. We'll have Eddie Hearn in the building, David Benavidez in the building, Showtime Sean Porter in the building, Jesus Ramos in the building, Michael Carbajal in the building, Ramblin' Ralph Velez in the building. So head on over, stagefrontvip.com/boxing voice.
Don't forget, you'll get access to be a VIP at the weigh-in. You'll also
autograph merch,
signed autograph merch.
And I am working on an after party as we were just in Phoenix. So, it ain't on there, but, if we rock with you, you're going to be able to kick it with us
so
after.
20 more days are available for you to sign up, for you to tell your family to sign up, for you to tell your friends to sign up. And remember, even if you don't think you're going, you should still sign up, because when they do the Spence Crawford, you want to be able to come to TBV and win a VIP package. 2 ringside seats on the floor, official access to the fight pre-party where we're going to be performing live, Plus, you get to meet Eddie Hearn.
Oh, and
Sean Porter's going to be there.
That pre-fight party, Ness, it is a, full dinner included.
Oh, wow.
Your beverages, alcoholic, everything is included. You don't got to worry about nothing. So head on over right now. The link is in the chat.
Just make sure to sign up. Absolutely free. We're taking callers right here on our Discord and our Twitter Spaces. Looks like we got King Amin and Essex up first.
You. Amin, make sure to unmute, champ. Talk to us. And if you are on Twitter, make sure to retweet, share this out to the people.
That's right. Put Amin on mute for one moment, as we did not get to that Bernie audio, which is why I think this fight is dead.
So you want to play that now?
I got to, because people need to hear this so that they can, possibly, comment on this as well. So yeah, this was Boxing Ego that actually found it, and I went to his I seen it on his Instagram, and I'm like, okay, wowzers. So we'll pull that up in just a segundo.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I definitely chuckled watching the live of Bud.
Crawford's live.
Yes, and I was starting to put my clothes together for the WBC convention, and so I'm just listening to it, and bro, when he couldn't say BLK Prime, I burst out laughing. That shit was fucking hilarious.
Here's the video.
You understand this man actually had bangs, right?
Let's refresh that.
Oh my goodness.
And you know what I'm gonna say this? Like I say, I don't know if it's true, but I heard Al Haymon a fairy. Yeah, I heard Al Haymon a fairy. Now I don't know. I can't say if that's true, but I could tell by the way the moves that he make that it could be true. That he could be a fairy. Now I don't want to go too far, but I ain't gonna put it past. Just like in the music industry,
I don't want to
get
go
a
too
deal,
far.
you got to do something. Maybe Earl Spence been his boy toy, because Earl Spence. Now you see that gay ass shit he did on Instagram, and you see he likes a piece hanging in the front. His bitch ass made a personal attempt to take his dreads or whatever the fuck you call them and separate one piece and hang it down like a bang. You understand that, right? You understand this man actually had bangs, right? So I wouldn't put it too far past him from taking it up the ass from Al. You understand? I wouldn't put it, because they say Al's a fairy. Now, everything they've been doing been suspicious like a hoe. So I wouldn't put it past them. And you can quote me on that shit.
So he definitely has been quoted as, he said what he said, and it's going boxing viral. Does it make it to the ears of Al Haymon?
Absolutely.
I seen people that work for different promoters like that post. And you see it says only 200 people, but how many of those 200 are important? Who's who?
And that's the people that liked it, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't
have anything to do with the people that stood in the shadows and just listened.
Or the people that screen recorded it. You get what I'm saying? Al's a simple man. Al probably ain't got Instagram to just forward it to him. So they probably screen recording it.
People telling me Ness don't go this route. I ain't got shit to do with this. This is facts. I'm putting out there what is out there already and formulating it together for you. Will Al deal with these people again after all of this? I don't know. I don't think Crawford did anything wrong, but his team is his team. You can't say things like that. That's I don't know how that's going to be received, but that's my opinion. You call in, because this has always been the voice of the people. We got the hotline now on Twitter Spaces and Discord. We're going out to King Amin and Essex. Let's do it.
King Amin, unmute. Talk to us, champ.
Yo, what's good, family? Y'all hear me loud and clear?
Loud and clear, brother. How you feeling?
Hey, I'm feeling good, man. Shout out to what you fellas are doing, man. I mean, this shit is getting funky out here. Let me start by saying, shout out to Bernie the Boxer. The man is entitled to his opinion. It's a very salacious opinion, to say the least. But, one thing I was curious about listening to that live, and I don't know if y'all got to it, who was the person that was representing himself on Crawford's behalf that could not be removed from the situation? Bud talked about somebody came in and said he was representing me, but I don't know the guy, and I'm just trying to figure out, that kind of it doesn't change anything for me, because ultimately, if somebody could answer that, either one of you guys or a caller, because ultimately at the end of the day, I'm fine with the way things turned out, because boxing business is crazy. And being a fan of the sport, shout out to Info Joe, being a fan of the sport and not necessarily a fan of the fighters, it allows me to just take a step back and say, if all the speculation is true, it wasn't supposed to happen till 2023, how can you blame a man for taking the money? All those things stand true depending on whatever side you want to stand on. But for me, if the fight does happen, shit, man, let's do it. But I don't know if Bernie is that close to Bud with them kind of statements. He might have helped ruin the opportunity of that shit ever happening. But to say the least, man, you guys are doing a great job of covering this. I'm gonna step to the side, let somebody else get their shit off. King, I mean, of Essex. I'm on IG. I'm on Twitter. Y'all know what I do. I'm in them championship rounds. And shout out to my girl, MC in the ring.
We going out to LaShawn on Discord. LaShawn, talk to us. Remember, you could join us on either Discord and or Twitter Spaces if you want to call in to voice your opinion right here on the Voice of the People hotline. Looks like LaShawn fell off. We're going to C-Dub on Discord.
C-Dub, talk to us.
Yo.
Hello.
Audio.
Sensational.
Everything's sensational, man. That's what's up. Shout out TBV. Smash that like button. It's free. Man, smash that like button again, man. It's free, man. Like, we got so many people. It's 1,000 people in here, man. Get them up. Get them up. Yo, shout out to the panel. Man, okay. Where do we start, man? Okay, first I want to say the 25 million a piece. Let's stop saying like how much money they spend. Some people, some investors, they may throw any amount of money at something to get it to pop, to get it to just to disrupt the business. They maybe just want you to invest or to get you on board on there, and then they will they're not looking to profit. So just to make it plain and simple, they're really not looking to profit. We know this not doing over 500K. Like 500 to 700. That's what the poll says with much confidence. So 25 million a piece is just something they just want to do. Throw away money, invest, whatever you want to call it. Okay, the video was a lot. Bud, man, he said some weird stuff. Al Haymon say he showed the guy and said the guy is your lawyer and he knows you. The video guy, it was a good video, but it got kind of weird at some spots. He said BLP at the end. He didn't know. BLM, BLK. Man, come on, man.
Yo, man, it was late night. You got to think about it. It was like 9:30. It was like 9:30 p.m. in Nebraska. My man's distressed. It took him about 20 minutes to figure out the Instagram live. Look, you see he scheduled it hours ahead. Look, he was tired. He was tired.
We all dying.
Bruh, he actually listen. Hold on. He really doesn't know. He really doesn't know about social media because he tweeted, "I'm going live at 10 PT." That's Pacific Standard Time. The motherfucker went live at 7.
Got it.
Pacific Standard Time. I thought everybody like, yo, you going live? I'm like, hell no, I'm gonna be asleep at 10.
And see, I never seen that chant because when you said that, I wanted to hit you like, bro, are you really gonna be asleep at 7 o'clock? Like, you for real?
Right.
Nah,
right.
He fucked up. He put 10 o'clock on his Twitter. PT. Go check his Twitter. Go ahead.
Yo, it was some good information, but it just got kind of weird, and that's why I say Bud and Andrade just have so many similarities. Just so many similarities. And then with the weird video, they both got these weird videos out, and now Andrade, he may be Andrade too with the fight not happening. The fight after the fight fall out due to this business, and it's just messy. And old school people appreciate business being behind closed doors. Then Bernie saying Al Ferry, man, this shit, it's dead. It's not happening. The bag is messed up. We're not mad at Bud because he getting the bag. We mad because the biggest fight, the best fight in our generation for us It's not happening. That's why I want him to. That's why I wanted Bud to do the Devin thing. Don't be mad at me because I wanted the fight to happen. Listen, man, it's about the long game. How many more fights does Bud have to do 500K? How many fights does Spence have that does 500K? Just think about it, man. It's about the long game, not the short game. How many more fights Bud got that's gonna get people to come to Omaha? How many? Get down or lay down, man. Get down with PBC or lay down. And that ain't being disrespectful. That just get down with PBC, get on the team, get these fights, trust in what Al Haymon's telling you, because it worked for everybody else, except for one or two.
Which two?
I mean, which two? AB. We know he's not credible.
Hold on.
AB is one.
But hold on. How?
He's saying.
No. But hold on.
Go ahead.
In your opinion, how didn't it work for AB?
Well, just AB. I'm just listening and going by AB. AB said he still owed money.
Okay.
He seems a little disgruntled. You know. Then you got people like barbershop conversations. You know, we hear them. We hear those people. We're not gonna act like we dumb and can't. I mean, we deaf. We heard him. We saw him come on your show yesterday and say so many PBC fighters are calling disgruntled. So we're going with one or two, but you know nobody's perfect. But for the majority of the fighters, he has been right. So that's what it is, right?
That's what it is, champ.
That's what it is. Shout out PBC. Shout out TBV. Smash that like button. It's free.
So Letitia Crawford says the people who had the money to invest in the fight would need to come out before some of you fans would believe it. It's that crazy. So basically she's like, even though my brother is telling you that we got an investor that's willing to do $25 million a pop, y'all still don't believe him. Y'all need the investors to actually come publicly to say we willing to invest $25 million a pop. They calling cap because I was watching a lot. Everybody that was there, the majority was putting Terrence Catford, Cat, obviously cap emojis.
Bro,
crazy.
Yeah, I seen so much of that in the on the live.
That's why Al think this does more money, because it's like Spence got some diehard fans, man. Spence got some diehard fans. I'm telling you. People asking how you call in. We put in the Twitter link in the live chat of our YouTube. You can use Twitter Spaces or our Discord. Let's go to Twitter Spaces. Who next?
On Twitter Spaces, we have Cesar. Talk to us, champ. Make sure to unmute.
Cesar. He put us on LeBron.
He did.
Who next?
Hey, right here. How you guys doing? LeBron in the house. What's happening, my man?
Cesar, ¿cómo está?
Bien. How you guys doing? Hey, look here, man. I listened to that thing last night, and I said, let me go to sleep and think about it, because it was crazy. I've been following this situation for a long time. Crawford been trying this trick, and I think all this trick was over, and he came to this desperate live. I don't know who advised him to do this live, or if he did it on his own. He been thinking like, you guys got to put it, well, you guys don't. I put it this way. If my man don't even know how to work with social media, how you think he do with business, with real business, like boxing? So, what I'm seeing in here, he been trying to do this since this all start. He was trying to make a Manny Pacquiao say that he want to fight him. That way, the other side say, well, no, let's do it with Spence and all that. So he been trying to put a lot of people in the mix, like all these ghosts now that he's saying that offer $25 million.
Ghosts?
Nobody. Yeah, ghosts. Did he say the name? Like he mentioned Al Haymon? Did he say the name? He said, look, these people right here say 20. He said, some people. Do you believe that? If you believe that, it's good. Hey, it's all good. But he never say, hey, this company said, like right now, BLK, he don't even know how to put that together, but he's saying that they're going to pay him a bunch of millions.
Bro, wait.
Believes.
Wait, what you mean nobody believed? Do you know that Bob Arum already did an interview where he said that he knows it on good hand that Crawford has already gotten a significant amount of his purse, and that he also knows that Avanesian has gotten it because of his relationship with Frank Warren? Maybe you need to
All
do
right.
research or listen to every episode.
And that's all good. Well, those people, it's like the same Bob Aaron. You're talking about the same Bob Aaron that said, we don't want to go broke. You know, we don't want to
Yeah,
break
you
the
right.
bank and
You
all that,
making
right?
you
Because-
making you
so
making
those-
my point, Cesar. The
So-
same
so
Bob
it-
Arum that said he lost money on Crawford. The same Bob
Okay.
Arum that is
And-
being
and
sued
then-
by Crawford doesn't have to lie to make Crawford
And then-
look good.
And then the same people that's going to lose money on Crawford, and then that company is over. Or it's going to be like Thriller, you know, hanging around in there, you know, putting some, but that don't make no difference. The only thing that Crawford did right here is in his career in 2023 is over. Crawford going to be one more, and people, all these people that are saying, oh, this right now is going to turn their back on him, new people coming in, and Crawford is over in 2023. It's over. It's over. 2023 is over.
Crazy.
Just, hey, this is my opinion. Just the welterweight division is going to switch, right?
So who do you think?
Crawford is going to be one more. It's over. Crawford going to do this
he
fight.
got Avenesian in December. What's your prediction? You said he's done in 2023. So how does 2023 go for him in your eyes?
It's going to go for him. It's going to go for him this way. The WBO is going to put him back in the table with PBC, mandated, or he got to relinquish the title. That's it. They're going to put him back up with Boots Ennis. They're going to say, look, you got to fight Boots Ennis, which he don't want to do. I know he probably do, but he knows what's going to happen in there, right? And then that's it. It's over. Boots get the title, right? And then let's go do this thing. Let's go do it. Let's see if Spence stay there for Boots or if Spence goes to 154, and then the 147 is going to switch around Boots Ennis. That's it. On 2023, WBO is going to order it for Crawford. That's it. Crawford got too many enemies now. Bob Arum is one, which is he ain't going to show it. He's just going to stay relaxed. He already know the business so much, right? And then now he got Al Haymon in the other side of the fence too, right? So that's it. The WBO is going to, one way or another, he's got to order it. The mandatory, which is Boots Ennis, right there. He's going to stay number one. They're going to fight Boots now on their Spence in this upcoming cards or whatever, right? That way they keep Boots in the number one position, and there's no other way. There's no other way. What else is Crawford got that is not that title? That's it. Crawford don't have anything else. Crawford
Champ,
already
I
know.
gotta
People
let you
already
go.
know.
Champ, I gotta
All
let
right.
you go. We got so many callers.
Yeah,
we got so
brother.
many
All right, my
callers.
man.
You gotta-
Appreciate it though.
We got to try and keep it to at least 1 or 2 minutes because
We
there's
got-
callers on
we
Discord.
got
and
also-
hold on. We're gonna go one Twitter space, one Discord to
bad.
keep it even. CYP, talk to me.
Oh, so arrogant. Get ready on Twitter. You up next?
Yo.
Buenos dias.
All right, man. Listen, I watched the whole thing. You know, I like to have my information. And I ain't gonna lie, my opinion on Bud has changed. Bud said he's getting fucked. No, you fucked ESPN the top rank for all them years. You're not gonna fuck PBC as the B-side fighter. I noticed that he kept that the $25 million each makes them both A-sides, and he's still trying to get away from facing the fact that he's the B-side in this pay-per-view money-making fight. He just does not want to accept it. He has no business reasoning when he tries to come to a guy and do what Floyd Mayweather wouldn't even do. Floyd didn't even try to take the Manny Pacquiao fight away from Showtime. But he thinks he's so smart and such a free agent that he's going to go to Al, and Al's going to all of a sudden do it for this fight. It's just not happening. That's the difference. It's a difference between being your own boss and working with someone. You're not your own boss, but because you're not paying for nothing. The boss is the one paying for it. You're not working with PBC. You're working for PBC. There's a difference. I don't understand this, man. And then with Bernie the Boxer, whoever that was, being so immature. We just talked about that on the back call. Some dudes you got to leave out your damn circle because they will embarrass you and they don't care how it plays out. Get him out of here. He's not. Don't even let him talk about you and your business. Don't disrespect Al like that. When you go after Al, it bothers me because he's trying to do things that y'all are not used to. That's a black man being in charge, getting more money for his business than anybody else can for his business. Y'all mad about that shit and you're still mad about it. Bud, I'm sorry. Your business regimen is horrible. Horrible. You are the B-side. You got to deal with it. And if not, make all the money you want to, negotiating any way you want to, but it won't be with the fights that we want to see. Wish you much luck, but this fight is done. CYP out.
I hope
we're
not,
going
man.
to Twitter
I hope not.
Spaces.
T.
Before we go to T, I just want to say, I don't think Bud is a B-side if he found two companies to give him $25 million apiece. You know, so yeah, that $25 million is contingent on him fighting Earl, but in that fight, he's found someone to give them both the same. So, yeah, and I don't even know why we even using the word B-side. Like, my man is making more money than Earl is gonna make to fight to fight Thurman. He's making more to fight Avanesian.
Well, they saying that he getting 8 figures, no?
Yeah.
So 8 figures is 8 figures.
Man,
Like,
if you think Al giving, he just saying that to Terrence because he had his back against the wall. He thought Terrence ain't had no out. How the fuck is Al gonna give Earl 8 figures to fight Thurman?
So here, let me ask you this. Terrence himself, out his mouth, believes that he'll get maybe up to 20 for that fight. He said who he gonna make 20
because
million
he got
with
two
outside.
people.
No, he said who he gonna make 20 million with
Outside of myself.
Outside of myself.
Yeah.
He said he ain't gonna get it with Boots. He ain't gonna get it with Ortiz. It's about the money. It's Thurman.
All right.
T
on Twitter.
Unmute.
Remember, if you want to talk to us on Twitter, just request to speak.
T, go ahead,
What's up,
talk to
guys?
us. How you feeling, champ?
I'm feeling good, feeling good.
Where you joining us from?
Yeah, from Kansas City,
Missouri or Kansas City, Kansas?
Missouri,
Okay.
on the Missouri side.
Okay.
But yeah, I was giving really what I got from the conversation he had yesterday is that it just seemed like he's scarred from his past pay-per-view performances.
Yes.
I mean, clearly what he's doing is, he don't feel comfortable based off those past numbers, taking them back in. And, I can understand that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't necessarily think he's ducking. At the end of the day, he don't feel comfortable with those numbers that he had in the past. So I'm probably sure, when he had those HBO or those ESPN events, he's probably thinking he's going to do a lot of numbers. Got the numbers back, was like, damn, I'm glad I didn't take it back in. So that's probably how he's feeling right now, which, this fight is going to sell on pay-per-view. But like you said, you can just kind of tell just based upon, all the, kind of the conversation he was having, how he called Errol and he's like talking about fire sticks and stuff like that. He just don't feel like he can sell on pay-per-view. So at the end of the day, that's kind of what it's coming down to. And then along with that,
But
the only thing I didn't like.
Let me ask you, since you feel that's how he feels, that the fight won't sell or that he's afraid of pay-per-view, what number buy do you give this fight?
Me, myself, after seeing Deontay's, he came in at like 75. I mean, I think this does at least 250.
Wow.
It has to do at least 250 to me.
That low?
I think it could do more, but at the bare minimum 250, right? Because, everybody I know who even thinks about boxing talks about this fight. My dad doesn't watch any boxing fights, and he's hyped about this one. He's let down about it. So, I think it does at least 250, which would be, I can't remember what the best Terrence has done, but it would be the best that potentially he's done. So that would be the number I would think. I think that's
very low. Terrence has, arguably done 150,000, and the highest for Earl is arguably like 345. I don't see how you get in 250 with a fight we all want. That's a very low number.
Yeah, you're right. I would think it would do more than if Earl's already done 340. But I just know I've seen those ESPN numbers come back, and that could be based upon
but
kind of how he feels about that. You know what I mean?
You got to think about it though.
Wilder and Bud was fighting people we didn't want on pay-per-view. That's why you get them numbers. They not tanked.
But look though, on top of that, Wilder fought on pay-per-view when we had 2 undisputed fights on free TV the same day, champ.
It was a lot to choose from.
Yeah, it was a lot of boxing that day. Yeah, you're right.
But T, I do gotta let you go. We have a lot of callers looking to voice their opinion. We appreciate it, champ. We're going out to Discord. Who we got?
LaShawn, we trying you again. LaShawn on Discord.
I do gotta let you go. Hello.
Yeah, we hear you.
Hey, how you doing? Taking some TVV family.
I am just really, really disappointed with the way that my people represent themselves. Um, I feel horrible about the way the way I view Bud has changed terribly. It's changed terribly because to have someone represent you and talk in that manner to a bit and you're supposed to be a business professional. It's sad. It's really, really sad. And then to contradict yourself in such a manner where you just was blessed to become your own proprietor. So to now put down another man because he hasn't done that yet, or for whatever reason, is ridiculous. Like you just accepted everything that you said Bob gave you. That's the same thing that Earl is getting. So you contradicting yourself by even getting on there and making a fool of yourself the way that you are. It's sad. As far as do I think the seats to be sold? I think 1 million would be could be accomplished. Honestly, when you look at Floyd and Pacquiao made 4.4. So
Yeah,
that's
but
just
Floyd was
already doing millions of pay-per-view buys and Pacquiao too. These guys haven't been established on pay-per-view the way that these two other men have been. But LaShawn, we appreciate you. We going out to Twitter Spaces. Remember, we're taking callers not only on Twitter Spaces, but also on our Discord. And we would like you to go ahead and smash that thumbs up button. It's going to tell the algorithm here on youtube.com/The Boxing Voice, where I hope you're subscribed, that we are all here talking boxing 7 days a week. We got over 1,400 people watching on YouTube, about 57 listening on Twitter, and a good 22 on Discord.
King OD, unmute, talk to us on Twitter Space, champ. Where you calling in from? Got unmute.
Hello?
Yep.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Oh, okay. What's up, man? It's OD, man. I'm calling from Cashville, Tennessee, home of Caleb Plant. But yeah, I just want to start off with this right here. First off, Errol Spence has done exactly what he said he was going to do. He said he was going to get the belt and come see Crawford. After every fight, everybody was calling him a duck. All these Crawford people, he scared them, but he told you what he was going to do. He said, I'm going to get this last belt, come see Crawford. So you get the last belt, come see Crawford. Now it's like pump the brakes. Then you got Bernie the dummy. He's been talking all type of stuff. You got Crawford talking all type of stuff. Bomac, y'all calling this man all type of cowards and stuff. And he's just letting y'all do it. And then the minute he gets this third belt, and then you get free from Bob, it's like you get a taste of freedom, and now you go buck wild. Like, he wants the Floyd Mayweather treatment without doing the Floyd Mayweather numbers. That's the thing. Make the fight happen. Look at what Devin Haney just had to do to get his undisputed title, man. We've been waiting on this fight for so long, and Team Crawford has been talking so much trash, and then you come out dissing Bob. Dissing Al. You making Bob look right, and I hate to say that. Like, Terrence looks like a diva right now. And a diva that hasn't done the Mayweather numbers to command what he wants. And I do think he's the B-side. So I don't feel like he's doing everything possible to make this fight happen the way, say, like a Devin Haney just did. Devin Haney just showed you, like, what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? And I understand he may have had bad dealings and he don't want to, get messed over no more. But, like, they've talked too much stuff to not, make this fight. And y'all made Errol Spence seem like a coward when he's done everything he's literally said he was going to do. I wish Bud had just had to say, you know what? I ain't ready to fight EJ this year. I'm going to take an easy tune-up fight. I'm going to go get this easy bag against this cab driver, and then we'll talk about it next year. But instead, he just got on there last night and just was blaming everybody. He's taking no accountability for anything that he's done or his team says or does. And I'm disappointed because I've been such a huge Bud fan. And that's all I got to say about that. Check me out, Pretty Boy Sports, Pretty Boy OD on Twitter. That's my handle. Y'all follow me, I follow back. But I love boxing, and that's where I stand with it.
All right,
Appreciate
Sam.
it, man.
Thank you.
I just
Appreciate
want
you.
to say real quick, since you were allowed to speak, please go ahead and tweet about talking and giving your opinion right here on the Voice of the People hotline. If you're listening to this on Twitter Space, I
Share
need
it.
you to retweet and share this space so we could get more callers. Same thing with the Discord. Make sure you're sharing so we could get some more calls. We're going out to Super Max in Plainview, Texas. What up? What up, Max?
Can you hear me, bro?
You don't sound good, buddy.
Okay, hold on. Just a second.
While we do that, we want to go ahead and give Corey McGowan some love for sending a $5 super chat. No words, just love. We appreciate it.
And then Rodnell with his $10 says, Ness, if the back end is important for PBC, why didn't Al want to talk about PBC getting percentage of the back end with the fighters $25 million, but he didn't want to negotiate at all?
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. I hate that Al turned down $50 million from another company because he wants to keep this to himself. I'm shocked, bro. Max, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. All right, cool. No, man, when I left Cowboy Stadium on April 16th, I left there feeling like we finally were gonna get this fight, man. But after everything that's came out, I'll be honest, man, I feel like both sides had chances and opportunities to make this fight. And we dropped the bag on both ends. I mean, Bud, I feel like proved Rachel Donaire's point when he said he wanted to write off on certain things and felt like he was bringing 50%. I understand him wanting Errol to be at the table, but if I'm Errol, then why am I paying Al any money out of my pocket to do that? What am I paying Al Haymon for if I gotta go negotiate the deal? But I don't understand why Al Haymon didn't go double check on this $50 million. Hey, what does it hurt? I get that you run PBC and you're trying to make this
in-house.
What you call it? Get your contracts for Fox. But what about the fiduciary responsibility we always talk about? Well, why don't you go see what they're offering, see if there's money as an escrow for Errol Spence? I mean, it's bad. This whole thing is getting bizarre, and I don't feel like we're getting the fight anymore. Honestly, I really don't. If we do, best believe I don't think Bernie the Boxer will be anywhere involved or anywhere in the building, not of the fight. But look, this is why no other fighter has ever usurped Oscar De La Hoya as being my favorite, because growing up as a kid, I wasn't dealing with this crap of these fights not getting made. And in my adult life, it's been years and years and years. And look, at the end of the day, Errol Spence is my favorite, one of my favorites right now. But him and Bud, we're talking about them maybe possibly doing $1 million. Can they get there? Mayweather and Pacquiao were doing over $1 million easy. They did 2.4 together. What, like
4.4?
You got to be realistic. I thought, yeah, like this is okay. I'm sorry, you're right. 4.4. Oscar and Floyd did 2.5.
Correct.
So we're talking about barely cracking $1 million. I think they can do between $500,000 to $1 million. But this is insane. I've never seen anything like this. I think both sides have fault in this, and I hate to say this, man, but I feel like we just missed out on this one. I don't have a lot of faith. This is going to be the U.S. version of Con Brook, unfortunately.
Well, at least Con Brook happened, just not when we wanted.
Exactly.
That's
my call.
I'm calling this more Louis Bow, since it doesn't look like it's happening. But we got to go to Twitter Spaces.
Hardcore boxing.
Remember, if you're on Twitter Spaces, make sure you retweet. Make sure you share it, man. Let's get some more callers on here. Let's let them know that we are live. Jay Hardcore in D.C. What up?
Talk to us, champ.
Hey, what's up there, fellas?
What up?
Ain't a whole lot, man. Just keeping life simple. I did get a chance to listen to the whole thing yesterday, and, like I always say, it's always two sides to an argument, and I doubt if we'll really ever hear anything on the PBC side, to be truthfully honest. But I really don't think we're going to get this fight. I hate to sound like this, man, but it is starting to look more like that bow fight, man, that we never got to see. Now, if it does happen, I'm thinking they'll probably do about 500,000. And even if that is true, that's only $45 million if you're looking at an $89.95 fight, $89.95 fight. That's $45 million. So I'm not sure exactly how much the pay-per-view people get, but after that, then the fighters got to split the rest. Al Haymon gets 10%. So I don't understand why they wouldn't take that first $50 million, because Al still gets 10% out of Spence money, so he doesn't lose. So, and the only reason I would think that he don't want to take that extra, take that is that maybe there's a kickback from Showtime or something, because he only supposed to get 10%. So what's the big deal?
I think he feels that the fight can be bigger than, but you know.
I mean, he definitely said that.
Yeah, okay, and it could be bigger. It could. I believe a bird in the hand is better than two in the bush.
Word.
But that's my call.
All right, champ. Appreciate you going back out to Discord.
Real quick, I just want to send a quick happy birthday to Cardank, the founder and the CEO of Kenichi Beer. Obviously, Kenichi Beer is one of our sponsors around here.
Good friends of ours.
We chose to partner up with them because this young man is now, I guess, 18 years old, but he started this company as a young teenager. He's been using the proceeds of these amazing headphones, which double not only as headphones, but also as
a game set.
Exactly.
As a
We're
headset.
currently using them right now. They're actually
literally
live
part
with
of
our
the
Twitter.
show.
Yeah,
so we use our Kenichis daily on the show, as we are now on Twitter Spaces.
Yeah.
We do need those.
Because if not, the Twitter Spaces would be bleeding over into the live and not coming over correctly. So shout out to Kenichi Bear. Happy birthday to Carden. And hopefully, you enjoy your day. And hopefully some of you guys purchase a pair of his headphones as a birthday present. Remember, the proceeds go to him getting to all his tournaments and all his amateur fights. Hopefully we could watch this young man win a few nationals and become a pro.
That'd be dope, because I don't know if I sent it to you, but yo, what's that? There's like this artist like Nengo or some shit.
Nengo Flow?
Yeah, so this one of his peoples makes hats, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the dude like Nengo Flow invited his mans because he was shooting a music video with Lil Baby.
Okay.
So Lil Baby liked the hat, boom. He wore it when he walked Tank out in L.A. When Tank fought Cruz. Fast forward, link back up, it was a guy's birthday. Lil Baby like, oh, it's your birthday, give me every hat you got.
Damn.
So head on over, link is in the chat. Kenichi Bear, you will save 15%. Man, let Carden sell out. Buy all his shit up today. Let him sell out.
It's his birthday, man. Show him
that'd
some
be
love.
the best birthday as an entrepreneur. Young man's only 18 years old. Shout out to you, champ. We appreciate you. Happy birthday. Keep living. Keep working hard. Hibernation 5 Kenichi Bear link is in the chat. 15% off right now.
Who's up on Twitter Space?
Well, is Discord up?
Okay, Discord.
Next.
If you're on Twitter, don't forget to share. Let's get some more people in there. Let's let the world know we're live on Twitter each and every day. 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 9 a.m. Eastern. We're going to Hawk in Maryland.
Hello?
Hello.
Yo, TBV, y'all got me?
We got you.
We got you, champ. Talk to us.
Well, all right. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and hit that like button, man. All these people hit that like button. The Terrence Crawford thing. Y'all hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. All right, man. I saw some of that, man, but when he started spitting Al Haymon's name and all that stuff, man, I had to come off of it, bro. That video, all that video showed me was that Terrence Crawford need a promoter, bro. He needs somebody, a mouthpiece, bro. I ain't never heard nobody come out and tell all that kind of stuff on a fight. Y'all even talk about the Wilder and Joshua situation. They ain't never come out and just sit there and tell all of their business like that. How is he going to be able to work with them again? He not going to be able to work with them again. I'm not going to make that fight now. That's not going to happen, man. You don't tell all that stuff. And that stuff, Bernie talking that gay stuff, man. Who the hell want to hear about gay shit right now? We talking about boxing. Why he worried about what those men do when they home? You know what I'm saying? We talking boxing. We worry about what Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford could do in the ring. Who the fuck cares about what men do when they home, whether they do it or whatever, do gay shit or not? That's none of his business, bro. Niggas get cameras and just start acting silly, Joe. I'm telling you, dude need a promoter, bro. He needs somebody to talk for him. That's all I got to say about that, bro. I ain't even listen to that shit.
For sure,
I'm
man.
out.
All right. Well, Hawk, man, thank you for calling in. We appreciate it. It looks like Danny's running a test right now live on Twitter Spaces, making sure that things are being heard properly. Everything good?
Everything good, champ.
All right.
Got Lil Tommy on Twitter next. Unmute
Actually, wait. Do you see Coyote? That's him right there? Yes. Let me get to Coyote. He is a mastermind, so he does get to cut the line. Coyote, talk to us. If you are wondering why he got to cut the line, well, we have masterminds, we have ringers, we have boomerangs. These gentlemen pay for a certain status per month. We do 7-day-a-week shows twice a day, so some people prefer to get in as soon as possible and cut that line and go about their day. And we appreciate their support. So, Coyote, mastermind, you got to unmute on Twitter.
There you go.
Yo, can you hear me?
We hear you fine.
Oh, okay, good stuff. Yeah, I watched the interview early this morning, my time. So this is what I'll say. I think that, honestly, if there was 50 million guaranteed money on the line, and I refused to take that up because she said, oh, the back end money and whatnot, then he's dropped the ball big time on this one. Because let's face it, you know, what Bud said is true. People are not buying pay-per-views like before. Like, I feel like people are still a bit delusional about pay-per-view numbers. It's like the way he said it as well. He mentioned the fire stick. Like, even what's his name? He was like, Earl said he's got one as well. Imagine a fighter like Earl he really doesn't need a fire stick and he's got a fire stick. What do you think about his fans? Like, and it's so funny how a lot of these PBC fans, you see them in the chat, you know, just having a go at Bud. But these are the same guys. If you ask them if they should provide receipts for the pay-per-view numbers, they don't. These guys do not buy pay-per-view. These fans of Earl, these PBC fans, most of them do not actually buy pay-per-views. And that's the truth. So I honestly think Alice dropped the ball on this one. Like, I just feel like he really didn't want to make the fight. Also, the kind of offers that he's given Crawford, like, let's be honest, folks. If anything, that man deserves 50-50. I know you don't like me bringing up Wilder, but in the case of Wilder, if Wilder deserves 50-50 with AJ when they were doing their negotiations, then why doesn't Crawford deserve 50-50 with L? But they didn't even have the decency.
Well, Coyote, the simple difference is Wilder was successful on pay-per-view with Luis Ortiz, who didn't know English.
Not at the time.
Yes, he was.
Not at the time. Not the first one. Remember the first one? They weren't doing pay-per-views at the time.
The first what?
Like those first negotiations when they were asking for a percentage split or they were asking for 50-50.
I'm gonna pull up Wilder's resume and see what date was that Luis Ortiz fight.
The first time he fought Luis Ortiz, it wasn't a pay-per-view, and I think his guaranteed pay was what, 2.5 million.
But so the second one did 225,000.
The first one wasn't on pay-per-view? I think he's wrong. The first one did 300, bro. He's wrong. Google for the first one.
And see, I lied. It was 275 for the second one. Let's see. And then the first one was regular TV. And then the second.
And what date was the second one?
The second one was November of 2019.
The second one was after the Fury fight.
Yep.
And let's not.
Yep.
And let's be honest as well. Like we lack honesty in these conversations. Wilder is not really a pay-per-view star. If he was a pay-per-view star, he wouldn't have done the numbers he's just done. The only reason why he was successful with pay-per-view.
So Coyote, you saying the same thing though? You say if Wilder's not a star on pay-per-view, then Crawford is less than Wilder.
Yeah, but that's
so,
a different.
So
we're talking about
hold on.
I'm trying to keep consistency.
Hold on. And again, if you agree that Crawford is less than Wilder on pay-per-view, then it's an oxymoron to say that Crawford deserves 50%.
No, what I'm saying is the same people who are saying Wilder. The point I'm making.
Let's not talk about people. Let's talk you and I. You said on this call, let's be real, Crawford deserves 50%. Then your argument was people argued for. Excuse me. Your argument was. Excuse me.
Let me clarify because you're misquoting me. Let me clarify what I said. I'm saying if we're going to say that Wilder deserved 50% at the time, then we should keep the same energy with Crawford.
And that's my point. That's my point. Crawford has sold a record less than Wilder. So you're only making my point that Crawford is not a fucking 50-50 in this fight.
Okay, fine. He's not 50-50. Doesn't he deserve at least 40%?
Bro,
I got to get to other callers, Coyote. You wilding right now.
Did you see what he just
said? Some of you guys got it like... I just don't get it. Why everything is about Wilder for some of these callers. Like, Wilder's not even in this fucking conversation. Y'all making it about Wilder. Like, they want to diss Wilder so bad that they hurting Bud's argument. Because if you say that Bud deserves 50 based off Wilder attempting to get 50 in the AJ fight, then you turn around and say Wilder's not a star, like this intelligent man. How are you helping Bud's case? Come on, bro. You guys are weird.
So we going...
we got to get to some of these super chats. We last stopped off at Rodnell. We got Lewis, who says, Crawford is clearly not a good businessman. He's only thinking short term. He doesn't want to bet on himself. He doesn't want to promote the fight. That's why he wants a guarantee, because in order to sell, you need to promote. That's a $20 fat chat. Then we got Boxing Gems Film Study. $5 super chat says, Ness, you're forgetting about the 40% to the networks distributors that 1.2 million example 50 million was great offer if real. You're wrong. We have a relationship with the people that put on the pay-per-view.
With the distributors.
And they told us it's been over 15 years since they've gotten 40%. 15 years.
Well, he said that about the 50. But he said that it's usually in the 30% ballpark dependent on the fight.
And that certain cases could be negotiated.
Yes. He said they did say bigger fights they make exceptions for.
Exactly. So all you guys thinking, oh, they got to give up 40, 50%. No.
Ridiculous.
No, because guess what? They could just say we going straight to an app, and then that provider gets nothing. So we got LaShawn with a fat $20 super chat that says, if it's true that Mayweather-Pacquiao made $4.4 million, then maybe they could make $1 million. I personally wouldn't trust that. However, Bud needs to remember his
humility.
Yeah,
I don't think it does $1 million.
Earl Spence versus Bud?
I don't think it does $1 million.
What?
I think
Keller Plant and Canelo. Like, Plant wasn't Bud. Like, Plant was just the last guy, and then he smacked Canelo. But Crawford is the last guy, and he's Terrence Bud Crawford, 3-division champ, ESPY winner, 2-time ring.
Canelo's the face of boxing.
Exactly.
Canelo has the country behind him.
But he didn't have someone on the other side of the ring that people thought he could beat. The people got interested once that other dude showed spunk and smack Canelo. Then some of us are, maybe he could last to the 12th round.
So, obviously, Canelo his career has been longer than the gentleman we're speaking of, right? Like, he's been at it a longer time and things like that. And what I'm about to say ain't no discredit to Errol Spence or Bud Crawford, but you're talking about Canelo, who his worst pay-per-view is Errol's best.
I get you.
So, you know what I'm saying? It's just a little bit
But
different,
even
bro.
Gennady Golovkin needed spontaneous combustion. It don't matter how good you is. You could be a knockout star like Gennady and do 170,000 pay-per-view buys twice.
I hope it does over 1 million.
With Daniel Jacobs, Gennady did 170. With David Lemieux, he did 170. 170,000 both times. Then we got in there with Canelo. He did good. Marotta, they did good. So it's dance partner. But let's get back to these callers. Which one we going to? Twitter?
Oh, hold on. No, let's get to a couple more super chats because it's been a minute.
All right.
It's been a minute.
Supermex.
$5 says that's exactly what Rachel Donaire was talking about. He wants to sign off on things and he acting like he put 50% when he isn't.
The Axiom, $2 super chat says, what's the chances of this pay-per-view costing $100? Probably a high chance because we've been desperate. They see our desperation. They see how we're acting, bro.
If not 100, maybe at least 85. We just saw 85 for Canelo Golovkin 3. But RNS1 $5 super chat says my mom knows who Floyd and Manny are. She has no idea who Bud and Earl Spence are. This fight isn't cracking 500,000. It's for the hardcore, not the casual.
Speaking of the cracking, let's see what our poll is. It's over 1,400 votes. 15% believe this fight will do 1.2 million pay-per-view buys. 18% believes it does get to 1 million pay-per-view buys. 50% believes it does 500 plus, which that means anywhere between 999 to 501. And then we got
I think I'm with the majority.
17% that says 400,000 pay-per-view buys or less.
Yeah, I think I'm with the majority. I think it does over 500,000.
But not 1 million.
You know,
because obviously, you know, it's not.
I'm gonna be honest. It depends on a lot, bro. Like to me, I'm one of the believers that it does matter how you promote the fight.
Absolutely.
It does matter who the fuck the pay-per-view distributor is because now, guess what? If it's Showtime, they are able to now promote through all their CBS
sister networks.
You know, through all their CBS football games, shit like that. You get what I'm saying? But now, if it's Fox, if it's Fox, that's why I wanted to be. Fox has a Super Bowl this year, and on top of that, for all my football heads, they also have the NFC games. Who the Cowboys happen to be in the NFC? Who fucking Earl has to happen
to be a fan of.
Great relationship with Jerry, then fought at Jerry's World numerous times. So I would prefer for one of them two networks to get the fight just because of the promotion. But then again, now it's when, right? Because if we talking May, then I don't give a fuck if it's either one of them networks, you know, like because they not gonna have football.
Mm-hmm.
People need to understand the National Football League, they own a day of the goddamn week. You understand? Over 100 million people tune in to watch the Super Bowl every year. So however
we
they
never
do
had
it,
that. I mean, we did back in the day. No, not 100 million. We had 100,000 people at a fight, right?
Oh, we've definitely had over 100,000 at a fight. Actually, in Chicago before.
I got Rod in the 870. $2 super chat says, Bud Duck chased for years and backed out. Shaking my head 100
Sam Sweeney with the 10-pounder said, by Bud answering all of our questions, we have ended up with more questions than answers. Laughing out loud. You are not lying, my friend.
C. Dewberry
says, with his $10, I think people are underestimating what this fight does. Everybody wants this fight. I think it does between 700 to 1 million. I think that it can do between 700 to 1 million, no question. And I think it's actually likely to. I think it'll do comparable to Canelo Plant, honestly.
Fat $20 super chat from Beyond the Ring with Nonito Donaire and Rachel Donaire. They say
gotta come through Border Wars. Through Border Wars. Says, and heard you had Rachel on, so this must be Nonito then.
Yes.
On here a few days ago. We're thinking it's funny how fans are now seeing how business of boxing is. Why I never called no one a duck. And damn, Bernie. And he said, and damn, Bernie the Boxer burned down a country, not just a bridge. Holy
And
fuck.
this is a man who is a professional boxer who's dealt not only with Richard Schaefer, Oscar De La Hoya, Eric
Bob
Gomez,
Arum.
Bob Arum, Al Haymon.
Steven Espinoza, my people, Mr. Honda with Tekken.
Damn. And he feels that bridge is burned. He said the country.
Not just the bridge, but the country. Ed Weezy, $10 says, what up, TBV? Just showing some love for all the hard work. By the way, I just saw the Porterway podcast. Sean showed us a sneak peek of you singing karaoke, laughing out loud.
Yo, I was so nervous I didn't even get up. He got me singing karaoke from the couch.
He
bro.
said, love the vibes, keep up the good work. Yo, it's fucking hilarious how
clapping emoji.
How we can't get him to shut the fuck up on the show. You can't get. I'm telling you, bro. I'm always with him in the car. You can't get Ness to shut the fuck up.
It's not what you think.
Yo, we was just in Phoenix. We got the suite. So he literally in his own room. I'm in my. Bro, he still could hear him, won't shut. I'm like, bro, you just sing your ass off, but now you talking about you was a little scaredy cat for karaoke night.
Well, Porter invited me to not karaoke. He invited me to The Voice. Like 3 of his friends are professional singers. It's not fucking fair. There was a beautiful woman who had a beautiful voice. Then there was a fucking young man who had an amazing voice. And they were literally tag teaming. They did duets. And when they didn't do duets, they were doing like 3 songs in a row. Of course I was sitting my ass down. And there was only one other dude. Sean had a really good friend who he didn't sing as well, but he ain't give a fuck. He was singing everything. I mean, everything. And doing whole video shoots. Like, everything.
He balled out.
Yeah. I'm sure he gonna make the
last 2, and then we got So Lil Tommy, you up next on Twitter, champ, because we did cut you. So Lil Tommy, you up next. Walt in South Florida, $5 says Crawford versus Spence does $375. What did Barrios versus Thurman do?
They
That's
never
bullshit.
released that.
That's bullshit. Richard D, $2 says tanking the $50 million they gave up the residual on fight.
Tanking the $50 million. They gave up the residual. Oh, I guess he meant taking the $50 million. They give up the back end because this is another Al Haymon guy right there, Richard D.
Lil Tommy,
going out to Lil Tommy.
You got to unmute, champ. Talk to us.
If you're on Twitter Spaces, don't forget to go ahead and retweet and share this space. We taking callers. Let's go.
Yo, you can hear me?
We hear you, champ. What up?
What up? What up? Yeah, it's the first time I'm trying this Twitter thing. I was making sure it's working. But yeah, I'm gonna give my 2 reasons why this fight ain't gonna happen no more. Yeah, that if it's bad business plus the bridge was burnt, that's just how that shit work out sometimes. But this the second top 10, top 5 fighter that was basically calling Earl out on his bullshit. Earl will say one thing, but the top 5, top 10 fighters say something else. Now, this is the second person to do it. I'll let y'all guess who the first one was. And the second reason why this fight ain't gonna happen, because when Thurman upset him, that's gonna be the end of that. So, y'all have yourself a good day. Shout out to the Boston boys.
So you call for the upset.
Tell me I need you to just tell me, man. Who's the first one?
Well, let's see. Who was Spence saying he want this, want that, but it ain't never happened.
Thurman?
And y'all don't blame Spence for it. Y'all blame the other person for it. But then the other person was like, yeah, no, that
just tell me the name, bro. Just tell me the name.
Oh, I'll tell you it's Thurman. It's Thurman.
So basically you saying people blame Thurman for ducking Earl, but Earl says people blame Thurman for ducking Earl, but Thurman says he never got a contract to fight Earl.
Yeah, but what people say, you ducked him. Now, what people saying about Bud, you're ducking Spence. So this is the second fighter that's telling y'all is more than what this motherfucker just get on interviews and say.
Okay.
Nah, they tried to make the fight, and whatever happened. I mean, shit, I ain't never like you said. You dumb in the head if you getting mad at this nigga for going to get upwards of $10 million guaranteed. So if you mad at a man for that, then I don't know what she is in life. But But yeah, y'all go ahead and be easy though.
All right, champ. We appreciate you. Let's see who we have on Discord.
Q in Newark, New Jersey. What it do?
And then Young Stack, you next on Twitter, champ.
Yo, y'all can hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
What's good? What's good? Yo, correct me if I'm wrong, right? It just don't make sense to me. And I agree with you, right? Like, I don't see how Al is like, I thought his job was supposed to get Spence as much money as possible, not, like make TBV rich or whatever. Like, I don't know. That's just my opinion. I can't hear y'all. Y'all can hear me?
We hear you. We letting you talk, champ.
Oh, all right. Yeah, so, but correct me if I'm wrong, though. If he telling Crawford, don't put a cap on yourself, right? You could make more than $25 million, right? Why wouldn't he just give Crawford the $25 million and then they just keep the rest of the money instead of trying to make Crawford more money? It sounds like bullshit to me. Like, if Crawford like, well, I want 25, and he's saying, ho, you can make more than that. Relax. Why wouldn't he just say, oh, you want 25? Oh, I take that 25 then. We'll take all the rest of the money that we think that you can make extra. We'll just pocket it. And you could just get that little 25 million that you settling for. Like, that's like business wise, if I'm negotiating with somebody and I feel like, oh nah, he could get more than that. That's all you want though? All right, cool, boom. Take that and then I'll get the rest. So to me, it just seems shady because I feel like they both.
Yeah, but think about it. Think about it.
Crawford did bad.
Like, think about it. Okay, cool. Let's say that is the case, right? Because I see where you coming from. So let's say, boom. So you saying, Al just give Crawford the 25, and then we get everything else, right?
Right.
Yeah, but now what if you generate less than that 50? So what, you gonna pay Crawford 25 and you gonna pay Earl less than?
Okay, but you telling the man that he could get more. So then, like, if you that confident that he could get more, then why not just give?
Because
and if
that's
you're not
the issue. That's the issue, though. That's the issue. Al the one,
and you got
like Bud said. Bud talking about risk 50-50, but it ain't really like that. Al the one taking the risk. Al the one fronting the money. The network. You know what I'm saying?
Nah. I'm with you, yo. What's his name? Who is this?
This Q.
Q, you a fucking genius. Your call, I've been listening. Your call is official. Let me tell you, he right. How the fuck Al gonna send me a contract, Terrence Crawford, with no guarantee? Right?
Mm-hmm.
So then the discrepancy is transparency. Mm-hmm. I'm willing to take your zero fucking guarantee contract. I just want to see what's being spent.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. In the mix of that back and forth, we find out I got two entities willing to pay me and your fighter $25 million. I come to you and to your fighter. Your fighter don't got no words. He basically said, you got to deal with Al. I go to Al.
He said, what about the back end?
And then he never answered. That's what Crawford said. So I had to go to Al.
Mm-hmm.
So then Al says, I'm not giving this fight to nobody, and why would you cap yourself? Al, they giving me $25 million. He says, why would I cap myself? Al, they giving me $25 million. You offered me shit up front. Motherfucker, you know this fight worth more than $25 million for the both of us, because that's what you telling me right now, present day. Why would I cap myself? So then why would you give me no fucking guarantee? You trying to rob me. You telling me in one sentence, I ain't got no money for you. Then when I find the money, we could make more money than that, but you don't want to guarantee me the fucking money? Man, I get why he walked away.
He's taking a risk, though.
I get, motherfucker, so take the risk. And you know what you do? I got somebody guaranteeing me $25 million. Give me my $25 million guarantee. I'll fight fucking Earl. If y'all make more or less, that's your fault. Because guess what? You don't want to go over there where they willing to take the fucking risk. They willing to give us $50 million.
Exactly.
What you talking about? Hell no, Q.
Q,
you make total sense. You make total sense, Q. You make total sense.
You gotta let the two fighters go get the $50 million in. If you're confident that you could make them more money than that, then you gotta let them go get the 50.
Bruh, he showed his hand. He showed his hand. He showed his hand. He sent a contract with zero, knowing the fight could make over 50. Then when I get 50, tells me, no, don't take it. Why would you only take 50? Motherfucker, you wanted me to take 0. This is crazy. This is crazy. Listen, Q, let me get to some other people. Great call.
All right, man.
Oh, my bad, Ness.
Great call, bro.
We got, who did I say was next? They dropped off. Nope. Young Stack.
I want Ray.
No, Young Stack up next, bro.
Ray a lawyer, man.
Okay, Young Stack up next, champ. It's an order.
You think Ray lying on his Twitter handle
Young
or he
Stack,
a real lawyer?
you got to unmute.
What's good? What's good? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Where you joining in from, champ?
I'm from Little Rock, Arkansas.
Okay.
Y'all hit the like, subscribe to the family. Only thing that I see that was really kind of, I ain't mad at Crawford getting the bag. Like, shit, go get your money, man. But he did kind of contradict himself a little bit when he said he took everything, but at the end he wanted transparency. But I get it because, like, I want to know where my money going and coming to. But I just didn't like when he said, like, he fight all his mandatories and Spence, like he's saying, like Spence ducking Boots, when I feel like they all ducking the young people coming up. He don't want to fight Boots version either. So, and Boots not his mandatory yet. So,
I mean, technically, Crawford's the only man to call, the only man I could know. I don't know if you could remember anybody else, but he the only man to call the number one who's next in line before they get actually mandated. He did it for Velasquez and Virgil. So, like, yeah, he fights his mandatories. Crawford ain't lying. Earl fought a mandatory for the IBF how many years ago?
Yeah, it's been a
Carlos Ocampos. So guess what they trying to do? Guess what they trying to do? No. I'm telling you the politics of the game. He fought Carlos Ocampos as his IBF mandatory. Meanwhile, Quadratulo was the mandatory for 3 years. Cool. Next mandatory is Danny. Cool. How the fuck WBC do again? Why they talking about Thurman? You just fought Danny. So you gonna tell me it's the WBC turn again and not the IBF turn first? You gonna tell me it's the WBC turn again and not the WBA? Oh yeah, they accepted step-aside money. So if they accepted step-aside money, it ain't their turn. That means it's fucking Boots' turn. That means it's Boots' turn.
WBA accepted step-aside money on Ugas when Ugas had the title.
Exactly.
So, yeah, and Boots ain't been mandated yet, but still, I feel like him saying that is kind of throwing shade. Like, he didn't want to fight him either. So it's like, man, it's business, but, like, it seemed like a whole move to say, like, you ducking Boots, like, because, like, you want him to fight everybody tough, and you fight him. And I still feel like Thurman is a better fight than Apiece. He was unified champion welterweight. Apiece is who? He wasn't nothing. Have you been champion before? I don't think so.
He been like a regular. I think he was a regular WBA before, and he's also the EBU.
Thurman a better opponent than Apiece, and I feel like Crawford should have took a better opponent. But it is what it is. That was my call. Appreciate y'all.
So Daddy Trill says, get out of here, Ness. Earl fights the big fights. Okay, but we talking about mandatories, bro. This is what I'm saying. Like, y'all don't want to talk facts. Is he in the big fights? Did he unify? Yeah. But what about his mandatory? The IBF mandatory. Let's stop playing games. How the fuck is it WBC shot? They just went with Danny. You could lie for your favorite fighter, but I'm here to tell the truth. Let's go to Ray, Detroit lawyer. What up? Ray, you got
Oh, sorry. Yeah, cool. So quick question. I had 1 point on the idea of mandatory, Ness, and then I want to ask you a question about that IG live, right? So on the mandatory, I think it's important to flag that Spence has had a number of guys that was in that mandatory position over the last 5 years that had moved out of that position, or for whatever reason they didn't want to enforce the mandatory. The first was Panamarev, who was a top-ranked fighter. He ended up getting knocked out in the Middle East. If people remember, the reason that Spence fought Carlos Ocampo is because Ocampo actually stepped up when Panamarev passed on the fight. Carlos Ocampo was Spence's IBF mandatory. After Ocampo, the next mandatory was determined by, I believe, Collazo and Cudratillo, right? If people remember, for whatever reason, Cudratillo they couldn't make the fight. Cudratillo ended up leaving Top Rank. When he was in position to become mandatory, Cudratillo lost, right? But remember that he lost to Cody Crowley. That is how it went.
No.
That's how it went.
He accepted step aside, my friend. Look it up.
You saying Cujotillo took step aside?
Yep.
Did he lose to Cody Crowley? Ness?
He definitely lost. But he lost
But my point is
accepting step aside. So that's what extends it. What you got to understand, my friend, if I have to fight you as a mandatory, we got to fight now. That's why.
Right. But
let me just finish explaining.
When was it ever ordered, Ness?
My friend, let me just finish explaining.
Go ahead.
If it's ordered, we got to fight now. Quadratulo accepted step-aside money more than one occasion. So that order never comes. That time frame never happens. So that's why Earl had all that time without a mandatory. Then he fought Ocampos for the $14,000. So he completed his IBF mandatory.
Right, but your timeline is off, Ness. Cujotillo wasn't the mandatory before Ocampo. It was Panamares. It was a kid from the Middle East.
Yes,
right?
And then Quadratulo. I don't need to speak about Panamares because Quadratulo was the one that became mandatory. He's the one that accepted step aside. The other guy lost his position by losing the fight. Just like Quadratulo, even after accepting step aside, lost his position by losing to Cody Crowley.
Right, and then after that, remember that Lipinets and Castillo Clayton fought to a draw. Remember? That was supposed to determine another mandatory.
Okay.
Neither guy won, and we didn't get a mandatory out of that fight either.
And then what did Boots do? Beat both of those guys.
Right. So Boots just beat
both
Castillo
of those
Clayton.
guys.
Right, and I think his father told us a week ago that they finally petitioned to become mandatory, to order the mandatory, right?
And my friend, all you're doing is saying the same thing. You're telling the world that's listening how there is no IBF mandatory.
Right, exactly.
Excuse me.
Right.
Excuse me. You're telling them how there is no one established by the sanctioning body yet. We just have a number.
Exactly right.
We just have a number one. Cool. And what I'm telling them and what Crawford's telling them, I didn't wait. Kavalaskis was number one. We called his ass up. I didn't wait. Virgil was number one. We called his ass up. And guess what? I don't got a track record of 3 years, 2 years going by, me not fighting a mandatory. So where am I lying and where's Crawford lying?
Right, but Ness, you just said that he fought Danny Garcia, who was a mandatory.
For the WBC, let's stick to the script. We talking IBF. You got multiple belts.
What I'm not understanding is we're not giving them credit for the WBC mandatory, but we not. I don't get it.
That's what it is. You not understanding. What you're not understanding is this: each sanctioning body has a go, right? So IBF got their go with Ocampos. Next up, Danny Garcia got. Let me finish, bro. Because it's not just you I'm talking to. There's over 1,500 people watching, right? So like after Ocampos, WBC got their shot. WBA was up. I'm good. WBA was up, but they said, nah, fuck that. Let him fight Ugas in a uni. We take the step aside, fight on the undercard, make 2 checks. So guess whose turn it is? The IBF, the one all you Bud fans, all you Earl fans don't want. Y'all trying to say, what about the WBC? Now we gonna fight Thurman. The dude he said he wouldn't fight. So now he going to look like a hypocrite, and y'all going to say, well, it's the WBC. We fighting our mandatory. No. The mandatory that's next is the IBF, but WBC on some big brother shit, and they like, we next. You just fought Danny. We ain't get an IBF mandatory since Ocampos. WBA accepted stat beside money. Stop protecting them. Stop protecting them.
Right, but Ness, so let's get off the mandatory position, right? Because I'm not convinced that he's not fighting Stanionis, right? We'll see who he fights next. But my other question is, if there was no discussion of a guarantee, then what was the segment about Crawford saying that they traded numbers back and forth with the PBC team, right? What numbers were they discussing if they weren't talking about guaranteed numbers?
I mean, transparency too. He said we going over the numbers. That's so vague. But before he said that, he kept telling us that the biggest hiccup was transparency. So if there's transparency over writing certain things off, which certain things mean money, which also translates to numbers, yeah, I could see him going back and forth over the fucking numbers and the spending.
Right, but that came later. And that's right. Remember, they settled on the no guarantee. My point is, if there was no conversation about guarantee money ever, what were they discussing? That seems inconsistent to me.
I mean, obviously, if you tell me you don't want to pay me a guarantee, you think I'm going to just say no, or are we going to go back and forth and I'm going to try and get a guarantee, especially when I've been a fighter this on record for having one of the highest guarantees. So you think I'm going to just take that on the chin? I'm going to just take that on the chin. Fuck it. Fuck it. My man Ray said I can't get no guarantee, even though Bob gave me 6.5, 4.5, 3 million, 2-something million for all them last 4 fights. Come on, bro.
Even if he like, all right, cool, and he comes to the conclusion that he gonna have to settle on a split, like, yo, if fucking Al talking about 85-15 or some shit, 90-10, yeah, they probably trying to go back and forth on this split.
But Ray, we do got to get to some other callers. Please retweet, Ray. We gave you hella time. You talked. You got your opinion
Who we
off
got
your
on
chest.
Discord?
On Discord.
And then the fans corner, you up next on
we
Twitter.
got KDDR7989. What up?
Can you hear me, TB?
Loud and clear.
All right. Salute Ness. Salute Danny. The whole TBV, fam. I don't gotta say much. I called in a few times before. I guess the zero guarantee was real. Came out of Bud's mouth. This is the biggest fight. 25 mil. Bud brought to the table. He said not one, but two. It could be three if you interpret it. BLK Prime and then two others, or BLK Prime and another. Brought to the table. I thought Al Haymon was the advisor that you gotta go to get advice and get good money. How is he blocking his fighter from getting that 25 mil? And the money is not fake. You have already Bob Arum, who Terrence Crawford is suing, right? What
Correct.
does he have to vouch for Terrence Crawford for?
No
saying
reason.
that money is there.
And then kind of doubled down and not just
said
with
that
Bud.
Avenesians is there.
But said even with Avenesians, so
Exactly. So it's like especially if you're getting zero guarantee, like I said before, wouldn't you want to see, at least how you're gonna get that zero guarantee, but that figure that they're given to you supposedly, although there's zero guarantee, and this is the biggest fight, but you're telling, Bud, no, don't, and you're telling Spence, don't take that, you could make more money here, and if you do the numbers, right, you say 50 mil for each fighter, let's say 25, and I was telling, Spence, no, you can make, why are you putting a cap on yourself, to Bud and Spence? So you're not guaranteeing them anything. You're saying saying this fight could sell over $1 million. But like if you think about and you do the math, 50 million, you do that $79.99 price point, they will have to sell more than 500,000. The number is around like 700,000 just to break even. About Errol Spence's biggest sell up to date is 300 and something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Terrence Crawford is 100 and something. 500,000, they'll be in the red by like 10 to 11 mil. And you say the gate,
what is your pay-per-view prediction?
Maybe in the good, in the good ballpark, you say, maybe 5, 6, 7 mil, maybe, luckily, if promoted right. So even like that, and you take the pay-per-view buys, you're gonna be in the red. So how are you gonna leave this money in the table? That's I just find it funny, man. I hear a lot of wheel spinning and narratives and this and that, but you got the guy that's in the table, in the negotiation, spoke to both men, Spence and Al. So it's like I don't get it, man. I know that he'll be the blame, like always, take the fall, but I just feel like he exposed the business, And the funny thing that I find about it is all the other fighters before have gotten guarantees to fight Spence, and now here we come. Terrence Crawford.
Who's gotten a guarantee?
No, I'm talking about all the other fighters that Spence has fought.
Yeah, who?
Have gotten guarantees.
Name them.
Oh, name them. Okay, so you say Mikey Garcia.
What was his guarantee? Do you know?
I don't remember. I don't remember off the bat, but I know that he's gotten the guarantee. The numbers are out there. I didn't.
Yep. No, I'm not contesting it or
no, yeah.
doubting.
But Yeah, so you got Mikey, you got Ugas, you got who else he fought? Danny Garcia. All of them have gotten guarantees. But here comes Terrence Crawford, free agent. They asked him to be a free agent, to unload himself, come to the table. We could get this done, and zero guarantee. I don't know. I'll just leave it like that.
KDDR, man, thank you for calling in, my friend. That was a great call. Right now, I'm actually screen sharing those guarantees, and that's why I wanted you to say that. Mikey got a $3 million guarantee, or rather, Earl got a $3 million guarantee for Mikey, which I believe was more because obviously we all know that Eddie was offering both men $8 million and turned around and gave Mikey $8 million after this fight when he lost to Earl. But Sean Porter got $2 million. Earl got $2 million versus Porter with a 40% split. Danny, he made $5 million. I don't know how real that is, but that goes to show that offer that Bob sent Danny all those years ago for a flat fee to fight Crawford was a dog shit offer because Danny, Earl got 5 and 40% of pay-per-view split. Ugas $1 million and 40% of pay-per-view split, but Bud offered zero guarantee with 35% pay-per-view slit. So it just sounds wrong.
I'm gonna be honest with you. The way I read this
is the fighters, right? I said the wrong people. These are the people who fought Earl guaranteed.
Yes.
And Bud got no guarantee.
Correct.
So even Ugas put his belt up for $1 million and 40% revenue split.
The Fans Corner on Twitter. Unmute yourself. Talk to us.
TBV, what had in mind?
What up, Lidslow?
Man, it's a glorious day in this fucked up boxing world that we love. You feel me? Hey, man, I ain't got shit because I ain't trying to put no more, what they call gas on the fire. It's simple. I want to give Super Mix a shout out, though. He went from straight just saying blaming Bud to actually listening and thinking that certain things could be possible, which a lot of people should do. It's okay to go for your man, but at least hear the other side. I'm going to keep preaching that shit because it just only makes sense. So don't go so hard for somebody, especially when we don't even know the truth. Ain't now one of us that been in these meetings to know what the hell going on. But, Bud come out and say what's crack-a-lackin'. He lied. Earl say it. It's the truth. I get it. I ain't mad. Bud the problem. Bud lied. Bud a duck. Everything else y'all say, we gonna say Bud did it. But Bud got that, gonna get that 10 million. And another thing, before you go cracking hard on people, let's wait till BLK have their first little situation, because we know Truck Simpson on there. We know goddamn so-called Steven Nelson on there. So let's just wait till after the card, then give all your little negative things, you did. But shout out to everybody who calling in the account, man. I love it when people call. One thing I will say, make sure them facts are crisp, because motherfucking Ness and Daddy will get on that ass. But shout out to everybody, shout out to everybody. Love this shit. Y'all wanted Bud to talk. The niggas talk now. So here y'all go. You got what you wanted. I'm out this thing, man. Y'all stay up, man. Shout out to everybody.
Shout out Lids Low.
We got a couple super chats we got to get to. Looks like we got OC the boss in Milwaukee. He says, if we don't see Spence versus Bud early 23, we not going to see it till they move up. Ness, tell Border Wars dudes stop cherry picking and get at me, dog, in my DMX voice. Yeah, OC looking for a fight at 160, 168. We are doing Border Wars February 25th. We starting early. We already got 14 fights signed, sealed, and delivered. If you want to fight, hit me up. I got Dirty Red with the $5 super chat. He says, we cool with Al turning down $25 million apiece for both fighters, but not producing a better offer. But it's Crawford's fault? Yeah, okay. That's what I'm saying. You can't tell me why would I shoot myself in the foot and cap at $25 million, then offer me a 0% guarantee. Like, what the fuck? Brothers Styles, $10 super chat, says, Bud complained about a pay-per-view promoted by ESPN Top Rank not selling because it was on an app. Now he wants us to buy pay-per-view off an app. We never heard of until next week. He's right. You right. But Bud said it in this interview. He don't care about that. He care about his guarantee.
So Discord, who we got, Ness?
Discord looks like James Payne Lethal.
James Payne, and then Saquon, you next on Twitter.
How y'all doing this morning? Can you hear me?
Straight.
We hear you.
It's me, the ambassador of the great state of Tennessee. It's your boy James, Payne, Mr. Lethal himself. And you know, like I know, The best part of waking up. Yes, TVV in my cup always. Shout out to the TVV alumni made this slogan world famous. Yo, man, I thank y'all for the hard work that y'all do continuously, keeping us informed, breaking the rules, giving us perspectives, not just from a fighter standpoint, but from a business standpoint, from the fan standpoint. The reason that I love boxing is because this sport is unique in that I consider it to be an equalizer sport. And what I mean by that is that this is the place where sometimes the people that you think should come out victorious don't always come out victorious. And at that same time, the underdog has a fighting chance to come out on top. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just a great thing when the unexpected happens and we get to witness that on the greatest stages. You know what I'm saying? In this instance, man, we got two guys that we consider to be at the top of the division, and we've had this argument going on now for at least my last 4 birthdays about who's the best, and it's starting to look more like we're not gonna get a definitive answer on that because there's so much talking going on, and it's starting to get real ugly, especially in the media. So much speculation, and we can't put answers to questions that we got. As I continue to listen, I'm starting to feel less about, I'm starting to care less about the business, and it's starting to take some of the passion away from me as a boxing fan. And it's starting to make me feel more morally, have a moral stance on this. I know everybody doesn't, we have different religious affiliations back here and things like that. And I'm not trying to throw the book at nobody, but I feel like both fighters, their handlers, their promoters, their teams, just the overall business of this fight is guilty of one, if not all, of the seven deadly sins in some regard. And the universe isn't rewarding us with the results we want because these guys are letting other things take precedence over the basis of why they should come to the sport. Two men coming together to see who is the best. And that's a sad thing, man, because it's something that the fans really want. And I know inside of both of those men, they have a burning desire to see which one of them is the best on that particular night. But until they can work out the business, we'll never know the answer to that. But I do appreciate you guys, and I really enjoy the conversations that we're having. Every day, you guys make me a more knowledgeable boxing head, and so I'm just thankful for that. So, with that being said, y'all know what this is, man. This is the illest, trillest, dopest boxing podcast in the entire galaxy, not just on planet Earth, man. Entire galaxy, and it's the third rock from the sun astrologically. I am James Payne Lethal, the blue collar bully. Oh yeah, and one more thing. Man, I was looking at y'all YouTube numbers and y'all got hella people watching right now. I'm talking about last time I checked, it was over 1,000 people watching with only half. It wasn't even half hitting the like button. Y'all, if y'all are listening to this and you enjoying this conversation, you enjoying a platform where you get to offer your perspective and you actually have a voice and your voice gets to be heard in, at a by impartial audience, man, you gotta hit the thumbs up, man. You gotta hit the like button so we can spread this good gospel in the boxing community, and word will get back to the powers that be that we're not satisfied with what they've been giving us. And this is where we make a stand right here on this public platform, the boxing voice. So, like I said, I am James Payne Lethal, the blue collar bullet, checking out, man. I'm gonna holler at y'all.
All right, Chan, we do appreciate you. Over on our Twitter space, we do have a lot of requests. Saquon Jones, unmute. Talk to us.
Saquon, our New York correspondent, what it do, champ?
What's good, brothers? How y'all doing today, man?
All
Good, bro. How you feeling?
I'm feeling well, man. I'm great, man. I'm looking at this. Today's show has been one of the best, and like the shows are always great, but today was juicy. You know what I mean? So I'm like hanging on the edge of my seat every time I listen to people talk about this and y'all analysis. It's a great show today. You know?
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Is it all right if I tell what happened to me about Bud and Errol Spence in the back rooms of the reporting? Like, is it okay if I be candid with the audience right now?
Sure, bro.
Okay, so there were like 4 other boxing reporters from other podcasts when we were covering the Wilder Helenius fight. So this is what I believe. I believe that Bud is a great fighter. I don't think he's scared of Spence at all. But I do think that Bud may be a little leery of greatness. So ever since I started covering boxing for you guys, there are boxers who are okay with just being, WBC world champion and being known as the WBC world champion. But there are very few fighters that just want greatness, that want to be the best that you can be. The Floyds, the Canelos, the Chavezes, the even Wilders, even to a certain degree, the Furies. There are very few fighters who have that wanting and desire to be globally known. I personally believe that Crawford is just cool with being the best Nebraska fighter ever. He's cool with retiring undefeated, and getting his free Applebee's dinner at Nebraska Applebee's. And that's the thing that we think as boxing fans, we think because they're fighters that they want greatness, or they're pursuing greatness. Some fighters are just okay with being good and being absolutely known in their pawn. And I believe that that's Terrence Crawford. There's like even for Devin Haney to do what he did takes a lot of guts. And for Crawford I could look at Crawford's body language. He's constantly looking up to the left, which means he's being creative in his responses and everything like that. I don't have a dog in this race. I just wanted to see the fight.
I interpreted his eyes looking elsewhere because there was someone behind the camera, and yeah, they might be throwing them signals, reminding him of certain things, but
Nah, he was doing a lot of creative thinking in there, and that's like I listen.
So you gonna tell me there was nobody behind the camera?
There were people behind the camera, but whenever he reflected on his stories, it was telling that he would always go to the left. And even when he didn't know about
Saquon, bro, we gotta let you go.
He a body language expert,
yo. We gotta let you go, Chad.
Wow, he on some forensic
We got
file
John
shit.
James, Fat Boy Gang. Talk to us, champ. John James, unmute. Fat Boy Gang?
It's connecting. It's going to take a second. We do got some callers on Discord, so we're going to go to them right after John on Twitter. If you're on Twitter, don't forget to go ahead and share that. Whoa.
That's why I wouldn't connect. Damn, you sound like shit.
You can't hear me?
I mean, you got the windows
You must
open,
be
John.
you got your shit tooth on? You got the Bluetooth?
Yeah, I'm in my work truck.
Yeah.
just
go ahead,
talk to us.
ahead.
All right, so the only thing I really want to touch on, I'm going to be quick because it's all loud and stuff, right? Is that I want everybody to stop blaming Al for not giving Earl, for not taking that $50 million deal. That may not have been in the best interest of his client. That's number one, right? Why would you give up the back end? I'm in agreement with this fight may do $750K to $1 million. Easy, right? And that's before you even talk about the gate, the merchandise, hotels, and everything else. So this fight may very well do upwards of $100 million, right? So why would you sell yourself short? But we all know Bear don't care about back end numbers. So that $50 million, 25-25, it only goes in one person's favor. Bud. So that's all I wanted to say.
So John,
go ahead.
So why Al didn't just say, "Oh, so you good with 25 million capped out? We gonna give you 25 and we take everything else."
Listen, okay, I'm 50-50 with that. I partly agree with you also, right? But one thing we all got to remember, I'm from the streets just like a lot of everybody else. It's also a gamble. It's also a gamble that we take it at the same time.
Okay,
So
so
why
John.
would I just do that?
So John,
Go ahead.
I just brought you 50 million guarantee, so we don't gotta gamble, and you telling me, nah, let's fucking gamble on the back end.
So which one is it?
So which one is it?
Me personally, I think they settled on the non-guarantee. I think they settled on the non-guarantee because we all know, like y'all just said, right? Everybody got a guarantee. All of a sudden, Crawford is no guarantee. What happened? What happened? Did they already know coming into the door he's gonna be difficult? So we got to try to what you say? Reinvent the wheel for him, or did he just all of a sudden not? He wasn't going to like they said previously. He's not going to accept too many things. He's not going to be happy with too many things. It's reports that he wanted $22 million. We know we can't give him $22 million, right? So I think, like I said, I think that's what they settled on. So that's all I know, man.
All right, John. We appreciate you calling in. Do us a favor. Go ahead and retweet this. Go ahead and share this.
We got Damo, ENT Damo up next. Talk to us.
We got other people on Twitter Spaces that are trying to call in. Again, remember, if you do want a second call, it's going to have to be a $5 Cash App to $ the Boxing Voice #1 or a $5.
The Boxing Voice one.
#1.
Yeah, but I don't want them to put the dollars, the
number sign.
Yeah.
No, and or you could do a $5 super chat and just put the words counterpunch or CP. Counterpunch means you want to come right back and get another call off. We going to
Damo. Talk to us, champ.
What up?
Yo.
Where you joining from?
We out of California, Bakersfield.
Okay, shout
out Bakersfield.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask, I know Porter's retired and all, but you think Crawford is a bigger pay-per-view draw than Porter was?
I think the combination of Crawford and Earl is a bigger draw than the combination of Sean and Earl. Yes.
Oh, okay. Because the 400,000 mark, I was like, they might hit that, but I don't think they'll get over it.
Yeah, but you got to realize, although that fight was a unification, there was only 2 belts on the line. Earl was only the IBF champ. Sean was only the WBC champ.
Sean
had already lost.
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say Sean he's never been considered the threat that Crawford is.
Right.
So the Earl and Bud fight, that's just a fight that's been anticipated for years, a fight that the fans have wanted for such a long time. So being realistic, I think, this fight, I'm in agreement with the poll. We have a poll going right now, over 1,800 votes. 49% of the people say over 500K, and I'm in agreement. I think it does, over 5, and I think it does, under $1 million. Just being honest.
Okay.
I'm
thinking it's hitting under 5. I'm thinking.
Oh, okay. You thinking under 5?
Yeah, I'm really thinking because the casual fan don't really know these 2 fighters. I think the casual fan knew Porter more than they know these 2 fighters.
Nah, man.
You don't think so?
Nah, bro. Let me tell you.
Earl Spence has been successful on pay-per-view. His last 4 fights.
He has been successful.
But his last 4 fights are on pay-per-view. That means people know him.
And as far as Terrence Crawford, regardless of what people say, yeah, he may be huge in Nebraska, but let me tell you, them Nebraska fans, they travel. He had 7,000 people come from Nebraska for his unification with Victor Posto, and that shit was in 2016, if I fucking remember correctly. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah.
So, and that was at 140. That was at 140.
That.
I was at that fight. You get what I'm saying? So it was interesting to see how many people he gets to travel. Look, we just saw
because I'm more of a casual fan.
Okay,
but I do keep up a little. You know what I mean? So I'm not gonna say I know it all, and I understand what you guys are saying, and I love your content. I've been watching, so I appreciate you letting me on.
Absolutely.
Everybody hit that like button. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
The Boxing Voice, man.
Absolutely,
all
champ.
Right.
Stay tuned. Bakersfield, California. We appreciate you. We do have, let me see, Els Philly Talk to us. Make sure to unmute on Twitter Space. Yo, Philly hot right now. Philly is hot right now, let me tell you. They just beat the shit out the Houston Astros last night, 7-0 in the World Series. And then the Eagles, 7-0 right now? But go ahead, Els Philly, talk to us, unmute.
Yo, I'm actually not from Philly. I'm from Australia, but I'm just a fan of the Sixers. You get me?
So you're really not talent acquisition at BLK Prime?
No. I'm actually talent acquisition at BLK Prime. That's my real job.
That's your real job, huh?
Yeah, I work at BLK Prime.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you a question. Crawford, like, why does Crawford have to fight Avenesian? Why can't he fight Virgil or someone like that? Because it doesn't seem like this fight's gonna happen. The Avenesian fight, from everything we've seen.
So you're obviously not with Black Prime if you're trying to shit on the fight that you paid $10 million for. So you see how you let the cat out the bag so quickly. Jesus Christ. I mean, and then you guys wonder why you don't understand contracts.
Listen. I'm just asking you a question. I'm asking a question. Why does Crawford have to fight Avenesian out of everyone?
Because BLK is paying $10 million for Avenesian. They're not paying $10 million for Ennis.
No, but I'm saying, like, couldn't Crawford have gone to the zone? Our competitor, BLK Prime's competitor, couldn't he have gone to the zone and, fought Virgil for money?
Your name is what exactly? Izzy? Els. Do you think the zone was gonna pay Crawford $10 million to fight Virgil?
I mean, listen, if Crawford
I'm
went to the zone...
asking you a question, brother.
Okay, so you've confirmed that Crawford's getting $10 million.
I'm asking you a question, brother.
Okay, it's possible. It's possible.
Okay. Do you think Crawford was going to get $10 million to fight Earl on PBC? Because he's saying he got no guarantee, so the answer to that is no. So I guess he went where he was getting the $10 million, no?
I mean, so you're basically saying that after the Spence fight ends, Crawford wouldn't have made $10 million.
I'm definitely saying that the Crawford-Virgil fight, nobody on the zone was going to offer Crawford $10 million.
All right, but listen, there's more of a chance.
Virgil could have had that fight should he really wanted that fight. Let's not forget that.
No, but so let's say even Boots. He could have even fought Boots. Like, he could have fought anyone. Why does it have to be?
He answered this on the live. He said, "You're asking me to fight someone other than Avenesian. That's not who the company paid him to fight." Like, what's wrong with you? I got to go to another caller. Listen, if someone calls me and tells me to build a wall in their backyard, I'm going to build the wall in their backyard. I'm not going to build an extra one.
Or in the neighbor's backyard.
What in the fuck
because
is wrong with people?
The neighbor's backyard is nicer than your backyard, so we're not, like, come on, champ.
I got a whole bunch of callers on Discord. JP, Long Beach, now living in Vegas.
Yeah, me?
We hear you.
All right, good morning, y'all. Let me see if I can get Stonebone and J-Mac outside. Look, man, what was the first concern Terrence addressed that Al had concern with? Because this is the pink elephant in the room that nobody's talking about.
The first concern, what? Guarantee? Back end? Transparency?
Nope. What is the first thing he said that Al asked him about?
Oh, that Al asked. You talking about Keenan?
Exactly. Here we go again. Now, this name has been in the news ever since Terrence has become a free agent.
No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. You're the only one bringing up Keenan's name. No. Al made one mention of that. Reporters reported on it, and they came back. That's not the hiccup. So you keep dangling this Keenan shit to fucking dirty Crawford's name. Motherfucker, he proved it. He proved it. No. Did he not prove it? How the fuck are we here negotiating if Al said, I don't want to fucking talk to you until you could prove you ain't with Keenahan? Why the fuck is Al giving him his number if he's still with Keenahan? That's you insinuating. That's you trying to make him look bad. Man, get out of here, yo. Take your call, but we could all see you trying to make Crawford look bad.
Well, why won't Terrence? He wants transparency. Give us some. Who the hell you working with?
Motherfucker, he proved it.
Bro.
What is you talking about?
Bro.
What are you talking about? What are you like? How didn't he prove it?
How did they get into negotiations without him proving
This guy's crazy. You're crazy,
bro.
bro.
How do you get into negotiations without proving it?
Answer Danny's question. Answer Danny's question.
What's his question, man?
How did Terrence Crawford and Al Haymon get into negotiations for a possible super fight with Errol Spence without Terrence Crawford proving to Al Haymon that he did not have any ties to Daniel Keenahan? Like, do you think that Al's going to spend time?
He going to give his fucking phone number.
His phone number.
My man's under federal investigation. He going to give his phone number so it could be on a wire. Look, we don't got time. We don't got time. I'm sorry. This dude's long-term listener. He been listening. I just want to be clear. I want to be clear because it's going to be new callers. They're going to be like, damn, this how he treat the callers. No, it's not how I treat the callers. This man been listening for 12 years. He on some bullshit. He got a secret agenda. Or he woke up on the wrong side of the fucking bed. You can't ask a silly-ass question like that and don't expect this type of response. How the fuck you going back to Keenahan when we already settled that? We ain't negotiating if you don't prove that you're not with him. Evidently, he proved it. That's why we move forward. Why the fuck would Al give a man his phone number who he thinks is with Keenahan so he could get it on a wiretap? Come on, man. You dudes better use your fucking head. Fuck out of here, man. Who next?
On Twitter, we got retired Broncos fan. Make sure to unmute. Talk to us, champ.
Can't just be talking crazy, man. What up, champ? You ready?
D Rose the Great.
Yeah.
Talk to us. Where you calling from?
So, New York.
Okay.
So first I want to get into. I'm not buying that Terrence Crawford is getting 8 figures, and also when he went live yesterday, he made sure not to even throw out a number when he talked about he's getting a guaranteed purse. He made sure not to say he's getting 8 figures because he knew he'd be capping. And secondly, I want to get on this point where he said, all right, why not give Crawford $25 million and then you guys take everything on the back end? If they were to do that, why would Terrence Crawford feel the need to promote if he already got his $25 million?
I mean, did Dillian White promote, or did he get his guarantee and not show the fuck up? And did Tyson Fury care, or did he make his money hand over fist? If you think you the A-side, be the A-side.
Yeah, but you also got to take into effect that, come on, bro. If Crawford doesn't promote, this fight is not making that much money.
I mean, did Gennady promote? Did Gennady promote?
They did promote.
Gennady Golovkin. Did Gennady Golovkin promote? You asking Crawford to promote.
All right. That's why we're not going to give him $25 million and just say we take everything on the back end.
And
if you're not going to promote.
Homie, I'm asking you the same question. We just gave another dude $20 million and he didn't promote. So why is it good for Gennady? What the fuck did Gennady say?
Gennady actually chose in the build-up, even though he has spoken English for however many years, he chose to do non-English interviews and for the interviews to be translated.
And he got his career high payday for that third fight.
The Zone and PBC are 2 different companies.
Oh, so you pushing the goalposts back.
How is that pushing the goalposts?
Because I found you someone.
One company allows one person not to promote. That means the other company should say, yo, don't promote the fight.
It's called pushing the goalposts back because I showed you someone that got $20 million and didn't promote.
But you're assuming that he wouldn't promote because he getting whatever he getting, upwards of 8 figures for the Evanesian fight, and he was promoting it yesterday.
He definitely told you where to buy it yesterday. That's called promoting to me.
I'm talking about the Spence fight.
But that's what I'm saying. You're saying if he gets a guarantee, why would he promote? But
he's getting a guarantee now, and he's promoting.
And it's pay-per-view, yes? And he's getting PC of that pay-per-view.
Bro,
you don't know that. You don't know that. That information hasn't been released. You making that up. You making that up?
So you telling? All right. So let me ask you: do you believe he's going to? They're going to do a pay-per-view and he's getting $0 out of that pay-per-view.
Bro,
he
literally said it.
Yes.
He
We gotta let you go because obviously
said,
he
literally said that when he brought it to Al and brought it to Earl, that their first question was the back end, and he like, bro, we getting $50 million
guaranteed. Fuck the back end. So yeah, I guess you just didn't listen well enough. But go back and listen, bruh. It's all good. We gonna be here tomorrow.
Rated Guy on Twitter. Talk to us. Rated Guy. Make sure to unmute.
Yo.
Where you joining from? We do hear you.
I'm from
Massachusetts. Stand up.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I called
Dominican?
No, Haitian.
Oh, you sound Dominican, but we primitos anyway. Haiti and Dominican Republic.
Yeah, I called before. It's my second time calling. What's going on, guys?
Welcome back.
I just wanted to talk about this notion that boxing fans always like to bring up when they say boxers are scared to fight anyone, and how ridiculous that statement is. Because boxers aren't fucking professionals. They're not. This is not WWE where they go into the ring and they're like, "Oh no, I'm afraid of this person." That shit is ridiculous. Cut it out. I really never met any of like a boxing fan that talks as crazy as they do online in person. Like, I really want to meet these people that say these outlandish things. It's honestly ridiculous. But as far as this Terrence and Earl deal, whatever, I'd say that if it does happen, I don't think it's going to make past $1 million. I think it'll make past 500,000, but I don't think it'll make past $1 million. But I'm open to being wrong. But yeah, that's basically it.
All right, champ.
What y'all doing?
Thank you for calling in. We're going out to Larry Smooth on Discord. Remember, you can call in via Discord
or Twitter Space.
Exactly. Larry, what up?
Yo, what's good, fellas?
What up?
The live yesterday, I got mixed feelings about it, but long story short, I feel like it confirmed that it's really Al Haymon's fault, man. I don't blame neither one of the fighters. Bud is not a duck. I would call Al a greedy motherfucker. Niggas like C-Dub would call him a savvy businessman, but I completely disagree. As far as Bernie goes, he's a clown. And I don't think Bud should be held accountable for anything that this man is saying or doing. Completely out of pocket. And that's my call, man. Fire show, keep doing your thing.
All right,
Much
brother.
respect.
Appreciate you. Real quick, don't want you guys to forget that Kenichi Bear right now is having a sale. You can head on over to KenichiBear.com and get yourself a set of Hibernation 5 headphones. Jalil Hackett uses it. The undisputed champion, Franchon Cruz, uses it. The best ring walk co-host out here on the Boxing Podcast, Danny Alvarez, uses it. And so many more. Cashflow Diaz, Jalen Phillips.
We using them now on the show.
That's right. So it's his birthday. So there is a sale going on. You can get 15% off if you use our code TBV. I'm going to put that link in the description. But don't forget that this young man just turned 18 years old. He's an amateur. He uses this money to get to all his amateur tournaments, and he wants to obviously continue to progress his career. So your support is absolutely not only necessary but appreciated. Now, we do got callers. We're going out to A-Side Stainless. What up?
Stainless, make sure to unmute.
Going once.
Yo, sorry about that. Appreciate that. You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Cool. Man, I didn't watch the live last night. I watched it this morning during the show, actually.
Shout out to you.
I mean, it sound like somebody going through it, bro. Like, Ain't no reason for me to be mad. The dude got his fight. I mean, we waiting on Errol to announce his fight so we can carry on with boxing. It's an unfortunate thing that we didn't get the fight when we wanted it. Maybe we can get it in the future. I mean, people have learned to put their feelings to the side when money is on the table. So I don't see that much money being able to stop these dudes, especially if people are already talking about 25. What you think they're gonna be talking about afterwards? So ain't no use in me pointing fingers and trying to choose the side because either way, neither one of them on my side because I ain't getting this fucking fight. So you know what I'm saying? Shout out to whoever fight next. What we got this weekend? Ain't it Bivol and Zerto? You know what I'm saying?
Bivol
Sorry,
and
bud.
Surdo. We
Fight.
got
You know
Jessica
what I'm
and
saying?
Chantel for Undisputed. We got David Morrell and
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? I
you know
ain't
what
got
I'm
no
saying?
time to be wasted. I done wasted 4 years already following these two dudes around. Oh, when this side of the street clear, when Bob ain't in the way, fuck that, man. I got too many fights for me to care about, me to get concerned about some millionaires not having more millions. So shout out to the ones that's fighting, you know what I'm saying, and to the ones that's not. I guess you on your Keith Thurman get back here. As always, say please make sure you push that thumbs up. Max, actually, before I forget, I'm gonna change it up, man. If you ain't pushing that thumbs up, you stupid. Shout out to TBV, man. Peace.
Appreciate
Shout
you,
out
Tim.
to
Shout
you,
out to
Stainless.
you.
We going out to Twitter. Looks like
We
we
got Too Slick.
What up? If you on Twitter,
Gotta
please hit the
unmute.
retweet. Please hit the retweet. Let them know we're here. We want everybody to come on and voice their opinion. Let us know how they feel about Terrence Crawford, Earl Spence negotiations.
Too Slick. Talk to us. Where you calling from?
Hey, how's everybody doing? I'm from DC. I'm from Washington DC. Currently living there. How you guys doing? I just wanted to kind of hear takes on this. So obviously in the Crawford kind of IG last night, he says that he went directly to Spence and says, you know, we can both make $25 million or whatever it was. So I mean, I have two issues with that. One, I think ultimately Errol's going to be the A side in this. So just the split of that, both of them getting 25 is like a 50-50 split. That seems kind of unfair to me on Errol's end because I think.
Hold on. Too slick. I mean, you could still get 50-50 per split, and Earl gets the bigger back end.
Okay, all right, that makes sense to me. But I was wondering why he's going, because you know Errol's a PBC fighter. It seems to me it almost seems to me like he was reaching out to him knowing it would backfire and fail because ultimately Errol's a PBC fighter, and if Errol does something that isn't cleared by whoever at PBC, maybe it's Haymon, maybe not, who knows, like they're going to have to go through litigation, right? So it just seems to me like Crawford kind of did this with the intent of knowing that it would be rejected. So he could say, well, I tried my best, but it didn't work out because, you know, I just, you know, there was a poison pill, basically. Like, I had to basically make Errol burn his connections with PBC, which, you know, has all the best welterweights. So if he beats me or not.
But, too slick.
Yeah,
Don't go too far. Why are you phrasing it Earl burning his connections? Tank ain't burning his connections. Oscar De La Hoya, hold on a minute so you have all the information. Oscar De La Hoya just came out and announced that Tank and Ryan agreed to everything, and now it's up to the networks. So if, again, Crawford has a network willing to put up $50 million, why the fuck Showtime or Fox can't just get on board? They doing it for Tank and Ryan.
Because I think, specifically because I think it would be, one, they would see it as him going behind their back, right? He basically just made this decision and said, hey, guys,
brother, too slick. You got to use better excuses than that because what does it matter if I went behind your back to bring you $50 million? There's nothing shady about that. There's nothing shady about that.
To Errol and the Bud, right? It's $50 million to Errol and the Bud.
Yeah, and Al gets a percentage.
Al gets a cut, brother.
Al gets a cut. He's Earl's advisor.
What do you mean maybe?
Bro, come on, man. Legally.
And hold on, let me finish this one important point. Sorry, this is the most important point. If he does burn Al or whoever it may be, that could entail litigation, right? So that's fine. And this is actually
brother, stop saying burn. Why Earl can't just go to his advisor and tell him what's going on? Why do you keep using these fucking negative words?
I mean, I just think they take it poorly, and I don't mean that to represent anybody in a negative way. It's just think of it this way: if Errol says, "Hey, I want to let's say he takes the deal, right? 25-25. We got this 50-50 split. It's all good. And then Showtime hears this and they're just like, well, what the fuck? Like, you're a PBC fighter, right? You're signed to us. We're getting cut out of this. We are gonna do litigation, right? This fight is not gonna happen because we are gonna sue the shit out of you until we get something done.
Brother,
Right?
brother, why are you doing this? Why does it have to come to that? Why can't Al get off the phone with fucking Crawford, who has the offer, and call Espinoza? Why do you got to talk negative litigation and all this behind the back bullshit? You making that up in your head.
No, I'm just saying, I think it's a very likely thing that could happen.
But
right?
isn't it more likely for a man who's been doing business with Espinoza for 7-9 fucking years to just call him?
Look, all I'm saying is if Showtime and PBC, they have this big company, right? They're very invested in making sure it's profitable. And one of the guys in these negotiations is a Showtime PBC fighter, and the other guy is a free agent, right? And the Showtime PBC, by the way, has the big welterweight stable. Ultimately speaking, if you're saying, hey, let's do this on some third platform, or let's do it with some other company funding it, somebody at Showtime, somebody at PBC is going to be pissed off. Not saying necessarily Al, not saying Espinoza necessarily, but they're going to step in and they're going to do everything they can to make sure that fight doesn't happen.
Bro, I didn't see them step in.
We gotta
Look,
go.
I didn't see them step in. I did not see them step in and try to ruin Andy Ruiz from making fucking money,
$9 million
hand over motherfucking fist. Not just for the first time,
but for the second one.
But for the second time, if anything, they actually helped Andy make more.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you talking all these unrealistic things.
They're not unrealistic. They're just negative. And why are you going to the negative first?
And I'm saying unrealistic in the sense that, bro, you're basing this off of what right now?
Just him. He's feeling negative. So he's like, well, fuck it. There's going to be litigation because Al can't just call Espinoza. He's going to hide it from Espinoza in this guy's mind. We got more
Who
callers.
We got on Discord, champ. Info Joe. Talk to us, champ.
Yo, can you hear me? I'm driving. What's up, my boxing brothers?
Clear as day.
Yo, boxing has become a drama, soap opera, shit show. I blame all parties involved. We didn't get the fight. They've been negotiating for over 6 months. 6 months, and they couldn't come to a happy medium. I don't think this fight is happening at welterweight. If anything, it's going to be at 154. If it ever happens, because it's too much dirt thrown on the game, man. And I don't know if these guys can ever come together. But like my man Stainless said, we're going to have to just move on. I done gave up on this fight, man. It's all bad, man. Shout out to all the new callers, man. Please hit the thumbs up, subscribe. You're listening to the #1 pound for pound boxing podcast on the planet. Peace.
Speaking of subscribe, I need you to help us get to our next goal. We on the road to 1 million. Right now, we're at 158,224. So we need about another 800 subscribers to get us to that next goal of 159.
Let's go. Smash that like button. Make sure to subscribe. We do have Truth Hurts. Unmute yourself, champ. Where are you joining us from?
What's up, fellas? Joining from Washington, D.C.
What's up, brother? D.C. strong today.
Word. Shout out to the DMV area.
Man. Yes, sir. I love that content y'all be having with Keyshawn, man. I'm actually from the Norfolk, Virginia area, so I'm always rooting for Lil Shorty. But
appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Hey, everybody want to pick, who wrong and who to blame for the fight not happening, man. I think it's too many cooks in the kitchen. I think in Bud head, $25 million is his money mark. The fight worth $25 million to him. To him, it makes sense for Earl to take the fight too at a guarantee of $25 million, and they all win. But I think Earl's side, being that he got PBC and Al Haymon, to them, the same thing Bud has said, that Al Haymon told him, well, why put a cap on yourself? And I think on Al Haymon's end, he gonna make the fight in the best interest of his guy, Earl. And in his mind, all right, if they do no guarantees, they do all right on the pay-per-view end, and he done locked Earl in for a 65-35 or 70-30, whatever percent that they already made clear, that Bud already made clear, he getting fucked on that end. Spence to make more, which Al Haymon gonna make more because he getting a percent of what Spence gonna ultimately make, and he probably making money on the front end, delivering the fight to either Showtime or Fox. So if Bud navigated away from Showtime Fox and sent it to some other company that cut Al Haymon out on getting a little bread on that front end, and he just left with taking his little chunk of Spence purse, was going to be capped out at $25 million now. So I think it's too many cooks in the kitchen, too many people getting greedy, too many suits involved. I'm happy what I hear from the fighters. It sounds like they both still want to smoke, and it makes business sense for both of them to just do their own thing to cap the year off, but going to make him a quick little 10 mil to finish off this year, and then they can just get to it first quarter next year.
Well, all right, champ.
We appreciate you.
Who next?
Truth Hurts out in DC. Shout out to you. Discord, who we got, champ?
On Discord.
It is not something that they ever cared.
Oh, Bob, chill.
Damn.
Discord, where are you? Looks like we got Davidian in Buffalo. What up?
– Yo, what's up, Ness?
What's
Danny?
up?
What
How
up?
y'all
What up?
doing?
What up?
God bless y'all. Yeah, I don't know. I seen the Crawford video last night. Can y'all hear me okay?
We hear you fine.
All right. Yeah, I'm like the OG Info Joe said, it's like boxing has become like this big soap opera. It's like, man, I'm just waiting for Sonny to come back from General Hospital. Like, it's just because I expect Spence to say something next, or I'm not mad at either fighter. I mean, Bud is gonna do what he gonna do on Black Prime. I'm gonna watch it because I'm a boxing fan. I feel like they're the two best. Will we ever get this fight? I hope so, but I don't know. It's too many moving parts, and they said this and Al said that. I don't really, we got other boxing that's going on. Other great boxers. So I've kind of moved on from this. Great show, great callers as always. Yeah, that's my call. God bless y'all.
All right, breaking news. Errol Spence, his nemesis, Terrence Crawford, comes out and says, I'm pretty sure if anything I said was a lie, at Errol Spence Jr. would have said something by now. He was watching my live, but he knows what's real. But there's things he might not know or knew because he's not at the table like myself is. We got a counterpunch from Stick Talk Boxing. Is he on Discord or was that him as John on Twitter?
So I added John. So who is Stick Talk? Let us know.
No, I mean the last John. It sounded like Stick Talk, that last John. But still, till we see him, we
hasn't
got
requested.
LV Slugger.
LV.
TBV, fellas.
What's happening?
Straight.
What up? Yeah, man. It's just the business of boxing, man. Like I've been saying, doing us a disservice. Once again, you know what I'm saying? I'm a 9-to-5 guy, so when y'all get on these topics about these $1 million business deals, I try to tend to stay away from it because I'm not making no moves like this, But just outside looking in, seeing, from what I'm seeing, it's just a lot of bullshit and like going on. I can see where Bud's coming from. You know what I'm saying? He had some entities that was willing to pay the 25 M's for him and Spence. You know what I'm saying? And from what nobody in boxing is getting that type of money but heavyweights and Canelo. You know what I'm saying? It's rare to get that type of money. So, you got that opportunity to get 25 M. I feel like, you gotta go for that go to that for your fighter, being his advisor. I can see where Al coming from, it's a business thing. He want to keep it in-house to make more money for his business, but 25 M's for a welterweight, man, that's rare. You know what I'm saying? And he had no problem sending Charles Martin to AJ. You know what I'm saying? So to get that money. So I mean, it's just feel like with him being an advisor, 25 M guarantee. I'm pretty sure he gonna get his cut. You know what I'm saying? Go on, make the fight. Let's get the fight made. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, him being the businessman he is, he probably wanted to keep everything in house and just cap everything they can on their side. But like I started with 25 M's is heavyweight money, man. So I mean, if you got the opportunity to get that for your fighter being his size, like you gotta jump on that.
Word. LV, thank you for calling in, man.
We appreciate you. And then Ignorance on deck, Stick Talk
with
unmute.
With that cash app for the counterpunch, cutting the line. What's going on, Stick Talk?
Hey, what up, fellas?
What's up, champ?
Hey, I'm gonna change it up a little bit because y'all seem to be a little bit too ornery this morning. Y'all ready to fight everybody, but I'm gonna switch it up. I'm gonna take a different angle. I'm gonna get on my King Born shit. I'm gonna throw this hot package in the street. You hear me, Ness?
Yeah.
All right. Do we really look at it? Al is not letting this fight happen for the simple fact that he doesn't want Terrence Crawford to possibly make history and become two-time undisputed and not be able to make any more money off of him after that. You know, he comes to him with the $25 million. Al was like, okay, that $25 million is cool, but he could probably make $100+ million over the next 3 or 4 fights if Crawford, uses PBC. So I think that's what he's trying to do, and then he's going to break up the belts once Spence and Thurman fight. Spence going to move up. Belt's going to get broken up. They're going to make it harder for him to get the undisputed 2 times. I think it's more so a power play on Al's part. He's not trying to hit no $25 million. He wants Crawford for the immediate long, short term with a few fights so he could make some money off of him. Because if he beats Errol and walks away with them belts, then PBC has nothing at 147 anymore. So I really think Al doesn't want this fight to happen for that fact because, Crawford ain't going to do nothing more than a one-off with PBC. What do y'all think about that?
I mean, I can see the logic in him not signing a multi-fight contract and Al not wanting those belts, not wanting to risk those belts.
Yeah, no, for sure, man. And it's hard when you have, once again, that investments like, damn, I could lose this shit all in one fight.
Word.
You know what I'm saying?
We got another
LV
counterpunch from LV, who's not on the line. So we going out to Twitter this time. I mean, actually, King Born on Discord.
Hey, yo, y'all hear me, right?
We hear you.
Listen, man, y'all know I love my TBV comrades. Y'all know I love my TBV live chat comrade. I'm going to throw a real hot package in the streets. Everybody in the TBV world, listen up, man. I told everybody on the backcourt what's going on. I said, yo, Al Haymon is a taller, more light-skinned, don't got the murder charge in 1976 type thing. And don't got the murder charge in 1976. Never did a bid. Don King. He's Don King reincarnated, man. He just ain't trying to be out there. He ain't waiting to bag of shit, man. Yo, I told y'all this is some bullshit. Al Haymon all the way. He know damn well that if Bud beat Errol Spence, yo, check it. If Bud beat Errol Spence, right, Bud is walking off with that shit. Fuck, he don't got no allegiance to PBC. You know what I mean? So that's what everybody got to understand what's going on right now. This is Al Haymon. Hopefully next year, yo,
you
there?
We hear you.
Yeah. Listen, hopefully next year we could get this fight, y'all. But right now, the shit is shaky, man. Look at, yo, listen. Look what Al Haymon is doing to all the Taker maniacs around the world in the TBV universe. Tank is crying now. Because, yo, all right, we trying to get this shit popping with Ryan Garcia, but then now the network is funny. Yo, Al, if you the connect, if you the big wig, the big honcho, the head honcho, make this shit happen, man. What's the problem? You don't want to make it happen because you're selfish and you want some bullshit. And the boxing fans, we see through it. We know what's going on. We all thought that Al Haymon was for the black man. He for himself, man. Everybody's getting shitted on at PBC. Now you got Errol Spence. Is that going to happen December 17th? We don't know. Bud going to do his thing. Let's hope we get this fight happen. If it don't happen, we gonna get the shit on at 154. But Al Heyman, TBV Universe, live chat, he the motherfucking problem. And you can't kill him, can't get rid of him because he's the connect. So what you gonna do? Just gotta suffer. Peace. That's my call.
All right, champ.
All
Appreciate
right,
the
we're going to get to some of
counterpunch.
these super chats. We last stopped off on Dirty Red.
No,
actually, we got Brandon Grasty. Bob Arum told us that it's not fair for Crawford to expect Al to put up a guarantee for him. He's not signed to him. That would be his promoter's job. That was true. I seen that interview. We got Jin Ryu says, "What's up, TBV? Man, at this point, I don't know who to believe. Fight's not happening. This a 550,000 pay-per-view buy fight. Get your money, but you not get legacy?" Okay. We got Stick Talk Boxing says he's ignorant boxing on Twitter.
And we did get
T Sizzle. Damn, bud. He ain't at the table, huh? Shots fired.
$10 from Dice Flawless that says, "I think the fight does 400 to 700,000. Spence has a solid fan base backed by the Cowboys. Bud has no real fan base. He says Bud has no real fan base. Okay. Yeah, Bud has no real fan base, and that's why he wants his bread up front. The unknown fight he took does not help him."
I mean, it does help him because he got a guarantee that he's never gotten. You know what I'm saying? People so mad he getting that much money that they calling it fake money.
EJ Holland on Twitter, unmute and talk to us.
EJ, is this Earl Jr.? Oh, he's still connecting. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to go ahead and subscribe. We need about 800 more subscribers to get to our next goal of 159,000.
And make sure to smash that like button as well.
EJ, you gotta unmute.
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
We hear you fine.
All right, guys, I'm calling by way of Norfolk, Virginia. Shout out Keyshawn. Long-time listener. I'm actually a football reporter, love boxing, love what you guys are doing with the content.
Thank you.
Look, man, I'm moving on from Spence Crawford in my mind, right? Like, you know, if the fight doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I'm mentally moving on. I have another hypothetical fight question for you. I'm a big fan of Jerome Boots Ennis. Do you think that we'll see Boots get his shot with either Spence or Crawford at any point?
That's what I wish, but I based off the fans and their reaction and them wanting Crawford if he wins the Earl fight to move up and fight Jermell, and them wanting Earl if he wins the Crawford fight to move up and fight Canelo, I don't think we'll ever get Ennis fighting either of those unless they're the loser. Like if the loser sticks around 47, you know.
I actually think that Boots will be able to cause enough noise to get one of those names. I just don't know how soon.
He ain't getting them names.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is like I feel like Boots, like Benavidez, like nobody wants to fight him. Like what do you guys think could be next for Boots?
I mean, Carlos Adames calls out he just called out Benavidez. They willing to take that fight. Lonnie B willing to take that Benavidez fight. I'm sure Gilberto Ramirez will take that Benavidez fight. I think Andre might take that Benavidez fight. Stop me if I'm lying.
No, yeah, definitely. I mean, what about Boots though? I mean, I was making the comparison like Benavidez. You know, a lot of people are obviously avoiding him. What do you think about Boots? Do you think he'll get a shot at anybody? What are some potential names?
I don't think he's being avoided. I just think the people that he wants are ahead of him, and that's how it is. People that are ahead of you don't look back. People that are behind you look forward. You know, Thurman ain't going to look back. He's been a unified champ. He's, you know, some sort of WBC emeritus, you know, and he's number one at the guy with 3 belts versus taking on a top contender to just be next. Like, none of it makes sense. Like, who's going to get in there with Boots unless they have to?
No, you're right. Yeah, it just sucks, man. It feels like You know, we can't get Crawford Spence. We're not going to get Boots with any of these guys. Like, what? There's just a lot of fights, like, I personally don't want to see. So, disappointing, but I appreciate you guys for taking my call, man. Keep up the great work.
All right, EJ. From one EJ to Earl Spence Jr., hopefully you send some good vibes and he comes on the show. We got some callers on Discord. I believe that was Twitter. If you're on Twitter Spaces,
Yes.
go ahead and retweet, please.
Adrian.
That's going to get that word out there. Looks like I'm being told to check my Cash App. Let's see who was generous today. Remember, the Cash App is $, the Boxing Voice, #1. Not the #1, just the 1. And we have on the calls, who is it? Who is
Discord up next, Adrian Rowan.
Discord, looking like Adrian in Wisconsin. What up?
Y'all can hear me today?
Yes, sir.
All right. Man, what's going on, fellas? I watched the interview, the live late last night. I watched it again this morning. I watched you guys speculating on it this morning. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just kind of just makes me think that the fight's it's a done deezy. I don't know if it's going to actually happen. I'm not going to blame anybody, to be honest with you. I just want to see good fights as a boxing fan. So, you know, as long as we can get some good fights, if we don't get this one, we didn't get Mayweather-Pac till way past its prime. You know, it's just kind of how boxing is. Unfortunately, I have to say that. It's just the sport. We don't get what we want all the time. And it's not the fighter's fault, I believe, in all reality. You know, it's a money thing. Let's just be honest about that. The only thing I took from that is Al want to take care of all that in-house, which why wouldn't you? You know, if I'm promoting an event, I'm going to try to do it with all my backing money and everything so the pieces of the pie stay big. So, I mean, I guess it is what it is. And then shout out to the Border Wars 14 coming up. Everybody stay training, get grinding. I know it's 4 months out and you got time to start camp, but, you know, start early, get in shape, make this one the best one it can be by everybody being as sharp as they possibly can.
For sure, February 25th. If you guys want to know more, want to participate, hit us up. Border Wars 14 is taking place. It is back February 25th, 2023 here in Las Vegas. Lil Tommy talked to us on Twitter.
Lil Tommy, I just want to personally apologize.
Oh, shit.
What? No, he's there.
Yeah, no, I added a speaker. Yeah, I had added him. Go ahead, champ.
I just want to personally apologize. We just seen that Cash App. We're about 30 minutes late to your counterpunch, so it won't happen again. My bad. Gotta unmute, Tommy.
Yeah, that was us. Go ahead, champ.
All right, you can hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
All right, so, Ness, about I know you, for the last couple of days, you were like, how did the WBC mandatory trump everybody else? So it went like this. When Earl got the IBF, he did a voluntary with Lamar Peterson, then he did a mandatory with a Campos, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then he did after I got a call. After the mandatory, he did a voluntary with Mikey, and then he unified the WBC.
Mm-hmm.
So after he did the WBC, after he won the WBC, he did a WBC mandatory in Danny.
Mm-hmm.
So then when he started coming back after you know, why he had the IBF mandatory, but they paid Quadratrulo so he can sign the Pacquiao fight. Now, even though he got injured during camp, the fee was already paid, so therefore the IBF got passed over. So then when Pacquiao fought Ugas, remember Ugas was the super champion at the time, even though, you know, they stripped Pacquiao or whatever. Right. So when Ugas beat Pac and, you know, solidified the WBA, then Stenonius became, after Stenonius won, then he became the mandatory. So, but that's why they paid Stenonius. So
who turn is it now?
It's WBC turn.
But that's what I'm saying. They paid Stenonius.
But
WBC got they mandatory.
He's saying,
So it's IBF.
he's saying after Danny.
No,
he said after Danny. Go ahead,
Yeah.
repeat yourself.
Yeah, after Danny, it was the IBF turn after Danny. They paid Quadratrulo so Earl can sign the Pacquiao fight.
Exactly.
That's when the IBF turn got passed over right then and there. Now, even though Earl didn't fight Pac, the man still got the money, and so he got passed over.
Okay, so
that's
now,
why
so
it's
now
WBC
it was
turn now.
So now it was the WBC turn after that.
Then it was the BA.
It's WBA. It's the BA after that.
And then that was
they took step aside money.
And they took step aside money. So now, since one person has all three belts, you have to follow his track. So it would have been a different track for Ugas if Ugas would have won. But now, Spence won that fight. So you got to follow his track. So next in line was the WBC again. Because IBF got paid off. Then Stenonius got paid off by Ugas. So now it's the WBC turn again. That's why the WBC is next. And before you cut me, I heard a caller said that Terrence had asked for $22 million up front. I guess at one point he mentioned that. I guess that's if that's true, then that probably came from the BLK or whoever offering them 20. Yeah. I'm just saying if it's true. I'm not saying it was true.
I don't remember
hearing that either.
Nah, that one dude that was tripping.
No, I'm saying even from the callers, I don't even remember hearing that.
Yeah. So I don't remember hearing that either. But just to tell him if he believes that, that's probably why if Crawford did ask for 22. He probably said that because he was getting offered 25 from somebody else and was like, look, give me $3 million less and we can make it happen. Which is, why Ness was like, if you telling me don't put a cap on 25 mil, then you give me 22 mil and I'll take that.
I said 25 because that was what he was being already offered.
Yeah. I'm just putting that together with what one of the callers said, which I said it probably ain't true. I'm just giving him, a response to that. But,
all right, champ.
Appreciate
Thank
you, brother.
Appreciate
Thank you.
your super chat.
Your counterpunch. Hold on. Let's make sure we ain't leaving nobody behind here. That was Twitter, so we got to check Discord. And shout out to Chickarelli with the fat $50 super chat. Sending some love. He says, showing love. Good show today. We appreciate you, Chick. Without a doubt. And on Discord, it looks like.
Who we got?
Did LV Slugger do a counterpunch? I see one right here. Let's go, LV.
Okay.
TBV.
Yo, what up?
Yeah, I ain't got the phone.
Ooh, you might want to take off that Bluetooth,
I just want to figure out
man.
what I was saying, man. Hello.
We hear you now.
Yeah. I just wanted to finish off what I was saying on the advisor tip, man. That 25M, that's heavyweight money, so you gotta hop on that. And my little example I was making, Charles Martin, he sent him over there with AJ when, you had Wilder over there. When y'all could have made a big unification in-house, you sent Charles Martin over there to AJ to get that money.
Word.
So I feel like you gotta get on that, man. And on the Bernie tip, I wouldn't put too much stock into what Bernie's saying. We all know he grew up with Bud. He just a disgruntled friend right now. He's not in the business room with Bud when he in there with Al talking to these big businessmen. He came on TBV and said that before. So, he's just a disgruntled man right now, a friend right now. So, I won't put too much stock in. He's not in there when the business is being done with Bud. So, it is what it is. He's just like I said, disgruntled fan. But, hopefully, I'm still optimistic. Hopefully they can still get the fight made at 147 for undisputed. Hopefully after they both get this next fight out the way, we still get the fight, man. But yeah, that's all I got.
All right, LV Slugger, thank you for calling in. Shout out to you for the counter punch. We got Dice Flawless. If you want a promotion with Apple, you don't go to work with Google. Bud should have been at PBC, where all the welterweight competition is at. What's wrong with PBC?
Then
Dice Flawless back with another one.
Says, do y'all think BLK will turn profit with this pay-per-view at $40? What happens when this tanks? How many buys y'all see Bud and this guy
Listen,
doing?
when Al came out with his $500 million hedge fund throwing money out, they tanked. Motherfucking Eddie came out with his money, they tanked. That's what you do. You trying to make a splash. Triller came out with their money, they tanked. I got to make a splash. I need you to know who we are, so I'm sending big money. What did Marv Nation just do? $2.4 million on a Cepeda Regis fight. Big money, splashes. You got to know how to make a splash in this business.
We got
Q and North with a $5 super chat. He says, if Crawford only getting 35%, the fight would have to generate $75 million for Crawford to make $25 million. Numbers don't add up, man. And what about paying the undercards? That's why Crawford wanted that guarantee money, you know. But Al is the man that's been in the McGregor-Mayweather business, the Mayweather-Canelo business, the Mayweather-Pacquiao business. He's seen bigger back-end money, and he's written bigger front-end checks.
Ari Boxing Talk, unmute. Talk to us.
What's happening, guys? I'm glad, Ness, you just mentioned that, because I think it's crazy that, you know, Al Haymon is painted as this boogeyman, as this bad business guy, right? And I think it's crazy because Al Haymon has been able to negotiate the biggest fights in boxing in the history of the sport, right? He negotiated Mayweather versus Pacquiao, Mayweather with the McGregor, and that's dealing with the UFC, right? They've dealt with more complex negotiations, and I think it's crazy that all of a sudden, like, it's Al Haymon's fault that they couldn't make a fight with Terrence Crawford, right? Which is supposed to be, from my understanding, it's supposed to be like a straight up deal because they don't really have to deal with Top Rank, right? So I don't know. I think it's crazy. I think there's a common denominator of somebody who's not getting the fights that they supposedly want, and that's Terrence Crawford. Before Crawford was with Top Rank, I guess he had some business dealing with another promoter that went south, and then now he leaves Top Rank and he's suing them. So, you know, I just think that's crazy. I think Terrence Crawford is a great fighter. I personally have been to numerous of his fights. And I think Errol Spence is a great fighter. I've been to a few of his fights. And I think it's unfortunate that us, the fans, that pay for the sport, you know, we buy pay-per-views, we go to fights, we travel. It's like we're not getting the fucking fight we want. And you know, it's really frustrating as a boxing fan. But, hey, it is what it is. And, you know, that's what I got for now. Thank you, guys.
All right,
Ari, man, thank you for calling in. We're going to check Discord. All right, looks like we got no hands raised on Discord. Danny, who's next on
We
Twitter?
got Teddy on Twitter. Unmute, talk to us, champ. Where are you joining us from?
All right, can y'all hear me?
We hear you.
I'm sorry, my bad. I'm on the train, so I'm going to try to talk a little lighter. I just got one question for everybody. I asked this question in the back call. I'm going to ask it now. When does the tickets go on sale for Crawford Avenue?
I don't know, but he said yesterday, tune in, that it is going to be coming, and they're doing it in the Shy Arena or something like that. So they keep promoting a certain venue. I know that venue hasn't been locked in yet. I know people check that, and it hasn't been locked in. But that,
at least with the commission, at least with the Nebraska commission, it hasn't been, locked in. But
I just don't get it, yo. Let me ask you something, Teddy. As a person that lived through the inception of PBC, I didn't like what they did to Al. They criminalized Al. You know, oh, he's overpaying. They slapped lawsuits on him. You know, he's breaking the Muhammad Ali Act. All this weird shit. Like, I don't get why when a new entity comes into this sport, we question them and the money. Like, why when Wilder offered AJ $50 million that he asked for, we question where they come from. Why did Crawford found someone to give him $10 million? We, the boxing fans, I'm generalizing, we question if the money's real. Like, people calling in, they typing like, oh, is the money there? Who's the $25 million? Why he ain't say no names? Like, what the fuck is wrong with us? Like, how bad is our life that we think he's a millionaire, Because Crawford's a millionaire. Don't get it fucked up, all you B-side lovers talking this B-side shit. He's a fucking millionaire. And we saying he's lying about being offered $25 million. He's lying about being paid $10 million. Now you calling and implicating that you can't buy tickets. Like, what's wrong with y'all? Why do y'all want it to fail? But why do you want it to fail? Why everything out you fucking boxing fans' mouth gotta be negative? Why can't Black Prime be better than the Zone and ESPN? Why can't we wish for that? What the fuck is wrong with your life that you calling in to say, well, there ain't no tickets on sale, so it ain't real?
Have you been to their website?
I'm good, bro. I've been to boxing. I've been to boxing, and I watched 50 Cent get into boxing, and that was real. I've been to boxing, and I seen Mayweather, who can't read that well, get into boxing and destroy it, and that was real. I've been in boxing. And watched Al take over. That was real. I've been in boxing and watched fucking Oscar go from fighter to golden boy to promoter and being one of the top 3. That's real. What you talking is not real, but that's cool. I don't want to interrupt your call no more.
Hold on, all of those were known entities.
No, they weren't. Oscar wasn't a known entity until he became one. Oscar wasn't a promoter, and wasn't a successful promoter until he became a successful promoter. You don't want to give Black Prime a chance. You gave Oscar a chance. You let Golden Boy become Golden Boy Promotions.
I gave Triller a chance.
And guess what? They put on events. Guess what? They sold 1.9 million pay-per-views. Guess what? Even though T.O. and George Kambosos didn't happen on Triller, they still got their deposit money. So if you want to talk about Triller not paying, they never mentioned T.O. not getting paid and George Kambosos. They never mentioned Peter Khan not getting paid.
I've seen boxing writers, people that worked with them say they weren't paid.
You right.
So that's why I'm scared.
You right. So Teddy, why the person who's suing George Kambosos for not getting his manager cut isn't simultaneously suing Triller? Come on, man. Just stop guessing.
Wait. He got paid because he got paid by ESPN, not Triller.
Doggy, you're not listening.
Money from
Two
Triller
different timelines.
After Triller did not put on the event, George Kambosos and Teofimo Lopez was paid a percentage of that purse bid that Triller had won because they kept postponing, couldn't put forward the event. So, yes, they did get paid. And Peter Khan did get his cut from that.
If he didn't, he'd have been suing Triller and or George.
The fight didn't happen.
Bruh, do you know the rules? You can't bid on a purse bid and not put a chunk down. You got to drop a deposit.
Yes,
that deposit was forfeited. T.O. got his purse from his portion, and so did George, which meant
he had to put 25% down.
Okay, they got to keep that, and Peter Khan got that. So if Triller wasn't paying them, he would have a lawsuit. We going in circles.
They didn't put the event on. That's what I care about. I care about the end for the product.
Okay, how many events did they put on? How many events did they put on, or did they fail on their first event?
They put on.
Exactly, Teddy. Exactly. That's my point. You have no reason not to trust them because basically in history, we haven't seen anybody fail on their first event. We never seen someone come into boxing and say, I'm Danny Alvarez Promotions. I'm putting on this big fight. Yeah, all this promotion, all of a sudden that big fight don't happen. No, before that happened to Triller, they did a couple of events, and they had some successful versus events. And guess what? Swiss Beats and Timberlake got paid from Triller. So the fighters that saying they ain't get paid, that's some people. Everybody else, they getting their money. You better get your lawyer right. But, Teddy, we spent enough call with you, man. You too negative.
Fernando Vargas said that the reason that he got his boys out that contract it ain't have nothing to do with money. Nothing at all.
It had more to do with not getting fights.
So
they promised him a certain amount of fights. So, you feel me? Like, not everybody's contract is the same. You know? That's why Crawford said on his video, people in PBC told me to be careful and make sure I don't get XYZ. Like, I mean, you just pretty
Discord,
negative.
champ. Who we got?
He just pretty negative. Like, they talking about Why am I giving Black Promise? Why did I give DAZN a shot? Why did I give PBC a shot? Why did I give, what was that shit Top Rank did when they were still with HBO? It was like purple. The logo was purple. They had a fight right there at the Cosmopolitan with Jesse Magdaleno. True TV. Come on, man. Wake up and smell the coffee, man. True TV. I gave that a shot. ESPN Friday Night Fights. I gave that a shot. Spike TV. I gave that a shot.
Bounce. Bro, let me tell you.
But hold on. Spike TV before Al Haymon, for the people that love to come here and say I'm a PBC show. Spike TV when it was Golden Boy. When Jesse Vargas was trained by Roger Mayweather, rest in peace, fighting on Spike TV with the red logo, not Spike TV with PBC. Bounce TV, we gave a shot.
True TV.
I said that already.
You said true?
Yeah, but
Okay.
these dudes, you dudes are just fucking haters, man.
Then Top Rank, I remember they did some. What was it on? Was it
True TV?
No, it was on a Spanish network.
Well, they always use Telemundo
Yeah,
and Univision. And Azteca TV gets it. I had to buy the Spanish package for Azteca TV. But I got Sick Lid. What up?
Talk to us.
What's happening, TVV?
What up?
TVV?
What up?
What's up? First time caller. I've been listening for many years.
Appreciate
So I
it.
had to call in today. Appreciate what y'all doing. Very unfortunate what's going on. It's kind of gets to the point where you just kind of get fed up with. You don't want to spend too much time focusing on the business of boxing. You just want to watch boxing. I miss the days when we just focused on what fights were happening, not how fights are not getting made. I don't know who I can really blame. I can't really blame Spence. I can't blame Crawford. I feel like there's a lot of people trying to get into boxing, but I feel like it's the same old politics over and over again. So it's just getting frustrating. That's pretty much my call.
All right, so for those that don't know what was going on in the back end, but you're watching us live right here on youtube.com/The Boxing Voice, and you're laughing like, what is Ness and Danny talking about? We can't hear them. So Danny's like, you was wrong. Swiss Beast didn't get paid. I said, no, keep looking. And then he found the next article where they got settled, that he got paid. So Triller might not have money, but they found money for Mike, Roy, Regis.
So Mike,
was it Regis?
Mike ended up getting paid too?
Jake.
Mike ended up getting paid too?
Everybody knows Mike got paid. It ain't nobody fault Mike got a manager. They cut his check to who he cut. Everybody know Mike's been notoriously horrible at business. You know what I'm saying? Ryan Kavanaugh came out publicly, and why Mike ain't suing Ryan. Don't give me that bullshit. You can fall for the fucking face of boxing Mike Tyson all you want. You can feel nostalgic. Oh, they robbed Mike. Why you ain't sue? Ryan Kavanaugh said he paid $25 million to Mike's people. Fuck out of here. Sue if you ain't get paid.
The income stream. Unmute. Talk to us on Twitter. Where you joining from?
Hey, dude. I'm joining from Central Florida.
Central Florida. What up?
What up, man? Love what you guys are doing. I don't always agree with y'all, but that's what makes a good show. I think y'all work well together.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
You kind of mentioned it before, but I just want to kind of, like my main point is something else for this real quick. Just, someone talked about how the promoter pays the guarantee. And, that was Bob's job to give Terrence those guarantees. So since he came in his own, which, I'll big up to him for that, but that part still something you got to own. So him guaranteeing that for himself. But having the whole of proving how the funds work, I think Bud really came from a place of having this new power, but not really knowing what to do with it. And he needs more people around him that can kind of guide him. And he's just making some rookie mistakes that's making people not want to be like, okay, you can approve these funds because you're not even showing that you know what to do right for us to feel comfortable with having to come to you before we decide how we're going to promote this thing. Hello? You hear me?
We're here, definitely here, brother. Just letting you, get it off your chest.
Oh, so yeah, so it was that. But I think with the whole poll, I think y'all got to kind of signify what y'all mean by the poll with how much the fight's going to do, because it depends on who's promoting it. Like my man said, like
when Floyd said this fight might happen this year, it's because he understands marketing. So with the numbers that they're doing in regards to what they feel they can do, he's like, yeah, that's going to take a good 3-4 months of just promoting so that we can get what this is really worth, rather than having a month or so and come up with.
So the question is being
Isn't
asked.
7 months of negotiations enough promotion? Dangling this shit in front of our faces on every website.
Well, I think that it's been dangling in the eyes of the hardcores, right? And I kind of hold on. Listen.
Even the casual boxing sites. ESPN is the biggest website in the world. You don't think they're reporting on this?
They're definitely not the biggest website in the world, but
for sports. Oh, go ahead and check their ranking.
Perhaps for sports, but that's
I mean, where else are you gonna go as a casual? I don't even watch other sports, so let's have
but
him.
That's the thing.
No. Let's have you answer this then.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm a casual fan. Okay. Where do I go for news?
ESPN.
As a casual sports fan, but the thing is, like Floyd wasn't just attracting casual sports fans; he was attracting like casual people. Like,
but it don't matter outside of the boxing niche. A football fan can stumble on Floyd Mayweather news on ESPN. That's how it works.
Yeah, but there's also like a lot of things that push people in directions. I think the whole, like, regardless of who you want to blame, why everything is taking so long, like I said, I think a big part of it was just, Crawford trying to, take a stance on something, but not really knowing everything else. So he was demanding some things in a way where, that's the thing that's holding him up. Not that he's trying to duck, but he just feels like that's what he's owed. But in reality, it's like, hey, look, that's, like you said earlier, like something like this has never been done that way. But you got to look at what's behind that in regards to what goes behind those things. Usually Crawford is in there because
but that still sounds like a dinosaur mentality. For Al to tell that man he can't sit across from Earl and get this fight done because that's not the way things are done, or that's not the way they were done in the past, or because Mayweather, Pacquiao didn't fucking sit down. Well, guess what, brother? Pacquiao sued Mayweather for $100,000 that Mayweather had to pay. And I don't even know how much his father had to pay. So, of course, those two motherfuckers can't sit across from each other because you had a defamation suit.
But you also saw as to why it probably wouldn't be a good idea because you said, obviously prides could get in the way, shit could get tense, heated, whatever.
Right.
Man, yes and no, man. Yes and no. This is still biggest money I've ever made in my life.
I hear you. I'm just reiterating the point that you made earlier.
Okay, but at the door, I could check you. Before you sit in that chair, before you cross through the threshold of my door, remember, this is the biggest fight of your life. what's the phrase? What's the phrase?
Who are you to check me?
I'm checking the both of you motherfuckers. What's the phrase? Let's let cooler heads prevail. We gonna sit at the table to make a deal, not sit at the table to measure dicks.
Yeah, no. I was just reiterating the point that you made as to why it would be difficult.
Somebody that wanted to get this done could have told Crawford and Earl, fuck that B-side, A-side shit. Let's sit down and make this fight. Let's order some coffees. Make this fight.
That Crawford, that both of them would agree to that. It's the reason why
Crawford already agreed. Crawford brought it up.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. It's like it's difficult because somebody said, I think it. If I'm quoting, and it was just a chat, but I'm pretty sure Rachel earlier in the chat said,
"Don't there."
Yes. Why would Earl come to the table when he's paying somebody to come to the table for him?
Right.
And I get that. But obviously there's hiccups. If me and Al have been communicating, Crawford and Al, and we can't get it done, and I keep calling Al back, all throughout that 22-minute live, my man said I called Al. Then I said, Al, let me come, me and my lawyer, and me and you hash this out. And he said, he issues with the mother. So then he hit him back, and he said, after a little time went by, he said, all right, let's all sit down. And it sounded to me like my man wanted to make a deal.
No, and I'm not saying that he wasn't trying to.
He said he took zero guarantee.
I'm just saying, being realistic, right? There is scenarios where coming to the table could end up in a worse situation further away from the fight.
You know what the thing is? We don't got any facts, though. We don't got any factual situation where two fighters sat down and it didn't work. So,
But what we do have is a history. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was on child support before, and in the beginning, I wanted to go and talk to the judge, but it didn't work like that. Like I had to go through certain channels, have certain people speak, and when you look at the reason why, it's because there's a certain language, a certain lingo that goes on in those closed doors, and depending on what you say and what you held accountable for, because you just may be ignorant to it, then that now puts you in trouble, which is why they have these people who go in there for you. So Terrence was supposed to have a lawyer because that lawyer understands things that Terrence doesn't at the moment because that's just not his job. That's not what he does.
You mean the lawyer they slipped in there and he in there representing Crawford? Meanwhile, Crawford said him and his team never even heard of him or seen him in his life. And then when he tells Al says, "Well, he says he's part of your team." What the?
But you say what we don't know. I'm not sure because how did that happen? Like that's really weird. Like I'm not trying to say, like I said in the beginning, I'm not trying to say Crawford or anything, but that's really weird to be sitting in front of a lawyer for no reason.
Well, you ain't sitting in front of him. According to the live, he said Al told him I've been negotiating or talking to this lawyer, and he like, what lawyer? I don't know that dude. Me on my team don't know that dude. Me on my stable. He used all those words. And then Al's response was, well, he says he's with you or some weird shit like that. Come on, bro. Y'all know that shit was crazy.
But think about that. If I want to just walk in with y'all right quick and say, well, nah, Ned sent me. Well, Ned didn't tell me that name. Like, you're not on the list. Like, there's been, like, you can't even get into some clubs without being on the list.
No, you're right. But you're right. But that means somebody got to do their due diligence. That means somebody got to check you again at the door. Oh, you represent who? Okay. And now contact Bomac or Crawford to see if this lawyer represents you, or at least send some sort of, email correspondent asking if this lawyer represents you. But look, 3 sides to a story. Earl, Crawford, the truth. Let me get to some other callers, player.
Appreciate y'all.
And that was no pun intended. I think that's it, champ.
Word?
We got one more. Just snuck in on Twitter. Focus, talk to us.
Focus. You got to unmute. And while we waiting for him to unmute, you could go ahead and act like that thumbs up button is a heavy bag and beat the shit out of it. Focus, what up?
Y'all can hear me?
Perfect.
All right, man. I just want to start out by saying I am from Dallas. I am an Earl Spence fan. Big fish all the way. But when you really look at everything and you get all the details, you can't look at blame neither one of the fighters. Like, you just can't. Because look at it on Bud's side. I know I can go get $25 million to fight Earl over here on this network, and you telling me to take a 0% guarantee. But then looking at it at Al's side, he knows this fight could be big. And like he said, don't put a cap on it. We could probably make more than that. I personally think that this fight, at minimum, sells $500,000. I see people all the time on social media that don't watch boxing. They can't tell you orthodox from southpaw, but they always talking about this fight. This fight is big. It's going to do minimum $500,000. I know that. I can bet whatever. I know people saying they don't think it's going to happen like that, but in my opinion, it can. And it can get, the max is probably like 1.1 million. That's in between of where I'm thinking. So that's where I'm at with it. I think the fight can happen. They just got to trust each other at the end of the day. I know it's going to be hard because Bud seems like he's been messed over in the past. And people, he's saying people telling him that watch out for Al and all this. So, of course, he's going to be skeptical. But at the end of the day, if they really want to make it happen, they got to trust each other. That's my call.
All right. Who's next? Do we have any more? Yeah, we got a request on Twitter. Looks like Fabe. Or is that the same person?
I don't know. Go to him. Yo, got on mute.
Hey, Ness, y'all hear me, bro?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. I just want to say, bro, like, I just don't like the disrespect to the fighters talking about they scared, bro. Because these dudes do hundreds of rounds of sparring in the gym and will spar anybody any day. And then they go in negotiations and then people call me and say they're scared. And these people won't even fight people in the street. But they want to say these people that train every day for fighting and work out, run hundreds of miles to be in shape, is scared to fight somebody. Man, it's the business of boxing. Why the shit ain't fight? Why it ain't happening, bro? It's just the business. Like Earl say, Crawford say he wanted to fight this year, bro. Mayweather say the fight ain't happening this year. How can you be mad at the man for taking the fight this year? He been said when they first went in negotiation he wanted to fight this year. He ain't fought since last year. Sometimes you want to be inactive for a whole year and then wait on Earl and then ain't fighting May. That's a year and a half off of boxing. Like, who does that and then going to a major fight, bro? Like, Earl had a fight this year.
Word.
You see what I'm saying? Earl had a fight this year. He already had income and all that for this year, bro. Like, this man ain't had nothing this year, so I can be mad at him for going to get $10 million. As far as the $25 million go, man, like, I don't, like, you got to tell him, man, go get the $25 million. If you going to pay him $25 million, if you not going to pay him $25 million, man, go get the $25 million. I'm not going to tell you not to get the $25 million if I'm not going to pay you $25 million. That don't even make sense to anybody. That's just my comment. That's all I wanted to say, bro. Just stop disrespecting these fighters, bro. Ain't nobody scared of nobody. It's got to make sense. Like Hayden say after every time, if it all makes sense, it'll happen. If
All
it
right.
makes sense, it'll happen. It got to make business sense, bro.
All right, Champ. We do appreciate you.
Johan.
Actually, we got a counterpunch from CYP on Discord. Cutting the line. Remember, if you don't want to wait, you can always send a $5 cash app and or super chat to cut that line and give us your take. What up? CYP.
CYP.
CYP? Maybe jump in and jump back out.
On Discord.
We got Rachel Donaire
There
on
goes-
Discord.
Am I mute? I'm good, right?
You're
good.
good.
Okay. I'm still new to this stuff. Hey, just wanted to say, hey guys, sitting here with Nonito. We've been listening the entire time. We're at the gym for a bit and stuff like that. But, at the end of the day, like, I thought this was gonna die a natural death. As far as, he said, she said, I don't think we're ever gonna hear the end of it. And no one, like you said, no one's gonna really know except there's three sides of the story: the perception of what was said, the what the other person took it as, and all this other stuff. At the end of the day, if you really what I believe is when people start pointing fingers and saying it's Bob's fault, it's Al's fault, it's this person's fault, you know what? Here's the game. You want to be Golden Boy? You want to be Oscar De La Hoya and make your own promotion company? You have all the right to do so, especially when you're a free agent. So I know in our experience when people have told us like, hey, why don't you guys go do your own promotion company? I'm like, man, I don't want that headache. I don't. I'm good where we are. You know what I'm saying? So I think, those kind of perceptions as far as, well, it might be that easy to be on that side. You are going to take all the blame and you also will reap the rewards of doing that side. So you just got to pick which one you want to do.
Rachel, in your experience, before we let you go, do you feel that this fight is dead with everything that's been said?
I mean,
I think so.
That was Nonito.
What up,
I
champ?
think so. I mean, there's a lot of disrespect going on, and everybody got their own pride. I think it's dead because I know the money's gonna speak, but I just feel that there's just a lot of disrespect going on, and I think for an old school promoter, it goes a long way.
Well, and I think I said that before. Like, let's, just chill off of it a bit and let cooler heads prevail. But I feel like now we're just gonna keep stabbing each other with a needle back and forth and pointing fingers, which honestly, I kind of didn't expect that from Bud yesterday. I thought he was just gonna promote his fight. And but I mean, he has all his right. He has all his his manhood to want to protect and all this stuff. So, do what you want to do. But I just feel at this point, everyone just needs to let it go. It's in the past. It's already happened. And the only things that we're looking forward to right now that's on the table are the fights that's already lined up. And maybe when cooler heads prevail and they see what the goal is, right? The goal is to make money. The goal is to get all the belts and all this stuff. Then they'll be able to sit down again. But I don't think tomorrow they're gonna be calling each other asking to go to lunch.
Mm. Well, Rachel, thank you for calling in. And Nonito, we appreciate you giving your take. We got some other callers.
sir.
But we do appreciate you guys tuning in to our show.
And we'll see you both in Mexico, right?
Yes. Dress
Yeah, see you next
accordingly.
week.
It's going to be 70 to 80% humidity, so it's definitely time to break out the
Bro,
linen.
no, in the middle of the day, I've been checking the last couple of days. 92% humidity is the highest I saw.
Wow.
Just don't bring out that Speedo, okay? Hey, guys.
All right, have a good one.
Let's
we do
go
have
to
CYP with a counterpunch. Talk to us, champ. CYP. Damn.
You're not working today, champ. What's up? You got one call off.
CYP going once.
Try Twitter, CYP.
And we do have Johan Blanco on Twitter. Unmute yourself and talk to us.
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
We hear you.
All right, yeah, I'm calling from Orlando. Big fan of the show. I'm kind of an optimistic person in terms of like boxing. You know, I just want the best fights to happen. It is unfortunate that negotiations fell out the way they did. But I think that, if we get it in 2023, I think that's like the lifespan of like negotiations, because that's like, it is only first negotiations that they've had. I mean, even Pacquiao and Mayweather, they had to go through multiple negotiations to even get the fight in 2015. So I mean, it's first negotiations. It's the first time they've actually had to deal with each other. So I think that, after Spence has his fight and then Crawford has his in December, they get back to it and they kind of niche out those details. I'm pretty sure they can come to an agreement. If not, then if they don't get it past next year, then I think it's dead. But I don't want to.
So
really
do you
think
consider
like that.
this truly first negotiations? Like there was several attempts when he was with Bob.
Yeah, well, I consider it because Crawford is his own man now, so he gets to, do his own thing how he wants it. That's kind of how. I think it's kind of more leeway.
Did they ever did Bob and Al ever actually like discuss numbers, or you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know that they actually negotiate. They might have had a conversation like, yeah, we got 3 belts over here.
I mean, Bob seemed very optimistic. He said, now that we done Wilder Fury, it was a wonderful to work with the PBC. So I don't want to hear that shit. He seemed very optimistic.
It's just weird because I think Wilder also agreed to a lot of their terms from what I've heard. But again, like, I think this is the first time Crawford actually sat down with Al without a promoter. So that's why I consider it like true first negotiations. And in terms of like, and I also want to talk about his fight with Avanesian, because I mean, if you take out the fallout of the negotiation with Spence, it's a pretty solid fight, I would say. Because I mean, Avanesian is top 10 ranked welterweight. He has 6 knockouts in a row, and they're doing it on pay-per-view.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. He's got no shot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, listen. Just because they have no shot doesn't mean they can't do a few numbers, especially because they're doing it in Nebraska. I mean, it's going to sell out, I think. I don't know how many pay-per-views it's going to do because Crawford and Porter, I think, did like 150. I don't know if they can do 100 with Avanesian.
It's only $40, just throwing it out there. I'm not saying. But it is.
I mean, hey, listen, $40 is $40. Some people, make minimum wage. So.
No, for sure. I'm just saying it's typical. It's damn near half of what we've been paying. That's all.
I mean,
right.
What's my man name? The heavyweight Charles Martin and Lewis ain't do good for 40. Actually,
exactly.
30.
But I think again, Terrence Crawford's number 1 or top 3 pound for pound. I don't know. Number 1 can be debated by any organization, but I mean it's a solid fight. I mean he can. It's a showcase. He's in Nebraska. If they finalize everything, and then. And he's doing it on a platform that could change the game. I'm not going to say they are, but they could change the game. I mean, they just signed Adrian Broner, so they're making moves. But yeah, that's really all I have to say.
All right,
champ.
We were. Let me shut up.
You was about to say more than
necessary.
Than necessary. CYP, we're gonna try you again, champ.
What is going
Yeah,
on?
I don't know, Carlos. But we do have special feature.
Let me see. I'm gonna just put this Twitter link in there for him. Maybe he can join that way. But special feature, Louisiana. What up?
I'll send it to him.
I'm putting the Twitter space link in the live YouTube chat for
I
anybody that wants to call in.
And I just sent it directly to you, CYP.
Louisiana.
Special feature. Maybe it's a Discord thing at this point.
I mean, not everyone is having the issue.
You're right.
We just
'cause
had Rachel crystal
right.
clear. If you're on Twitter Spaces and you're looking to talk, you better request to get on the mic right now, because if not, we're closing it down.
It's about that time anyway.
It is about that time. Where's CYP at?
Make sure to head on over to stagefrontvip.com/boxing voice to enter an amazing giveaway that we're doing for the Chocolatito versus Gallo Estrada 3, the trilogy in Phoenix, Arizona. Bam is going down. He vacated. That belt's now on the line. Yeah, giveaway includes floor seats, ringside seats to the fight. You get access to the pre-fight party where we will be doing a live show. We will have Eddie Hearn in attendance. David Benavidez will be in attendance. Showtime, Sean Porter, Ramblin' Ralph, and Michael Carbajal, along many others. You'll get autographed merch. You'll get VIP access to the weigh-in. Head on over right now, stagefrontvip.com/boxing voice.
Don't forget this afternoon at 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 3 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be talking Deontay Wilder versus Anthony Joshua. We got some positive news there to discuss, so join us. We will be taking callers again from the beautiful Wynn Casino in the Blue Wire studio.
Gabino, unmute on Twitter. Talk to us.
Let's go.
Yo, Ness. We say, bro, you know who this is, man. Long time. Gee.
What's up?
Hey, we say, man. It's Idris from the UK, man.
Idris, what up? Why you change your
Hey,
name?
look, you know what, man? What's happening? You don't take Skype calls on that no more.
Nah, man, we moving with the new wave, the Twitter space, man.
Twitter space, Discord.
Yeah, this is nice anyway, man. Listen, man, how's everything anyway, man? I've got to catch up with
Oh,
Ness,
it's
man.
good, it's good, it's good. I can't complain. Yo, I can't complain. Yo, you know who I thought this was? I thought this was EJ Boxing. This is Idris.
Yeah,
Idris,
man.
where you been at? You were such a good better, man.
Man, do you know what? Yeah, I'm back. Do you know what? Life, man. I got a little daughter, man. Married.
Okay, congratulations.
I was gonna say he was in a toxic relationship. He just got out of that. He's back. He got his balls back. He's,
California dreaming.
He said California dreaming.
Hey, Ness. Nah, man. You know what? Life's been good, man. But you know what? I've been listening. I've been listening. I've just not been calling in, man. You know, boxing. Just, man. You know how it is, Ness. You went through this as well, man. You kind of like stepping through the gears of life, man. Got a new place. You know what I mean? Married man, got a daughter. My work is going good and stuff. But you know what? Now I feel settled and I can start going back to my hobbies and stuff. You know, I kind of been grinding it out for the last 2 years or so. So it's good to catch up with you guys, man. You know, what we say, man, the UK callers, you still getting the UK callers?
Every now and then, man. After AJ took that loss, man, it ain't been the same. You know what I mean? People went in hiding after that, you know. And then he came back. He beat Ruiz, but then he lost again to Usyk. You know, the UK's kind of lost some of their steam.
Do you think, COVID took a lot of steam off as well from the show?
Hell yeah. From the show, hell yeah. It killed the show. I made a horrible decision during COVID, which I won't even speak of. But, yeah, you know, it is what it is. But we back. We grinding.
Yeah, man, you back,
Work
man.
don't
But
stop.
Terence Crawford, same shit, man. I've been saying it for years, man. In my opinion, man, Terence Crawford is he's telling the truth. You know what I'm trying to say? And Errol Spence, I don't really blame him too much for what's going on because it's like he says, he's his own boss. I think the main problem that Terence Crawford has and a lot of Crawford fans have is they're sticking by what Errol Spence always been saying, how he's his own boss. Because you know when Crawford was with Top Rank, that was the main dig. Like, you got to answer to Bob Arum. Yeah, ask Bob Arum. And now he can't do that, and it seems like the tables have turned, and it's like frustrating. But at the same time, this kind of reminds me of like the Wilder AJ days. Remember how we was like in it? We was
Totally
bad.
remember. Totally remember. It's similar. It's similar.
But the thing is, yeah, Wilder AJ, yeah, it was bad, but it was fun as well. The way we used to get at each other.
Yeah.
This seems a bit more like, I don't know, man.
Nah, this gang banging over here, brother. The big
Man,
fish.
I don't want to hear that shit.
Big Fish
I don't want to
Mafia
hear that
versus
shit.
the Bud
I don't
Fraud.
want to hear that shit, bro. That shit was so fucking boy, you would have thought the shit was the fucking the war and shit when America got their freedom back in 1776. And, bro, it was UK versus America, 1010%, bro. I don't want to hear that shit. But
I swear to God, this fight will be civil war. Told you.
Domestic violence. That's gonna be the title.
Be one of the biggest fights ever. It's like, this is Hagler Hearns, man. But anyway, man, I'll be calling into more shows now. You're on Twitter Space, man. And you know, good to see you guys are doing well, man. Everyone's doing well, man.
Appreciate you, man.
Danny, you too, man.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you for sure. And to everybody in the chat, like, yo, why the fuck Ness steady flooding us with all these links and all this shit?
Well, because today is Cardin's birthday.
You just fucking shit up. Go ahead.
Well, because I want to make sure they know it's his birthday, and I want to actually thank someone today. They actually purchased a pair of Kenichi Bear Hibernation 5s. It is Cardin's birthday, so, you know, shout out to you, because at least he gets that commission. And like we said, all the proceeds obviously go to him being able to get to all these tournaments and fights and, you know, furthering his career. Today's also his birthday, so you can do him a small favor and cop a pair of Hibernation 5s. Use our link that I'm flooding in the chat along with other links. Danny always gets so frustrated. Little dragon. He's like part of Game of Thrones, breathing fire over here.
I don't watch that weird shit, so I don't know nothing about that.
That's what you're missing out on.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well watch WWE while you at it. But yeah, champ, I don't even know what the fuck I was gonna say.
You was about to say that
you
Jerry ready to rock and roll on Twitter. What up, Jerry?
That you a fucking dickhead that just cut people off, right?
Jerry.
So at the time, you was actually. I'm gonna just talk over you, Jerry. That ain't even Jerry. That's a special feature. It should say Jerome. But I'm gonna just talk. I'm gonna just talk over him. So yeah, head on over to FTWR, which was the link that your mans and them happened to be dropping at the time. I'm wearing the FTWR shirt right now.
Oh, is that really?
So you can head on over there, get yours.
I actually seen people in the chat talking about that.
It's actually not their birthday, but you know, get you one too, and support. Get you, this ain't TBV gear, but you can get your TBV gear over there. You can get your Jared Anderson gear, your Caleb Plant, Teofimo Lopez, who has a fight coming up. Both him and Jared. So you could go get your gear over there, ftwrbrand.com. The chat's in the link, all that good shit.
Yo, we actually got some Jared Anderson shirt. Did you wore yours?
I have not wore mine yet.
Me neither.
Special feature, talk to us, unmute.
Louisiana.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Like I was trying to say on this, this could be a good thing or a bad thing. If they use all this hostility to help make the fight, we could end up with a pretty good fight. I mean, Ali disrespected Joe Frazier. Joe Frazier didn't walk away from the fight. He got Ali in the ring and beat his behind. So if Errol really in this field, and he really should tell Errol or whoever's promoted, I'm going to fight. I want Thurman in December. And after that, I want Spence next. I want to get him in the ring and set him up. That's, you know, instead of playing, you know, like females want to stay away from each other. Y'all in the sport where you can fight each other. If it's all that, then y'all should get in the ring and handle it. But that's my song.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Yo, Danny, why you always doing that? You a fucking hater, man.
Doing what?
How you gonna mute somebody because they said Game of Thrones is the best show ever?
Because it's not.
Bro, that's some hater shit, bro. You're gonna stop people from coming to our chat if they can't just say that a show is good.
Trust me. Out of all the things that come out your mouth,
whatever,
and all the things that you do,
I'm not censoring.
That's the last thing.
I'm not censoring.
At least that's the last thing.
I'm not censoring.
Yeah, you just talking over people. You undervaluing they call. You making them feel worthless.
I give them more than enough time to make their call valuable. You censoring. They say something about the Bears. You muting them. You sending them to the Phantom Zone. You butt hurt.
Bro, what the fuck is a timeout, bro? That's what you need is a timeout, boy.
We got SDX Renzi. Be careful what you say. He might mute you.
Nah, I don't got Discord access, so that's free game. But if you talk crazy, Ness gonna talk over you and mute you.
Hey, I came to talk crazy. Shout out to TBV.
So-
Both my boy Danny and Ness need a timeout for the amazing show. Without y'all two arguing, I wouldn't even watch it. You feel me? But on topic, now that we talking about a little bit of money getting thrown into play, I definitely feel like this fight should happen, and it probably will happen. Hopefully, beginning of next year. Let's just let them get their 2 fights out the way, and we'll see from there. But hey, y'all bros, man, stop doing all that. That shit cute though.
How we
Niggas be
biased?
wildin'. Huh?
You said we biased.
Nah, no, I said y'all brothers.
Oh.
You and Danny, y'all be going at each other neck.
He be
It remind
crying.
me of my best friends.
He
Bro,
mad.
he
He
mad.
mad. I'm trying to help
Look.
promote some of our, links and
No,
stuff.
I'm not mad that he helped promote. The thing is that Nesta is so much. Nesta is so much
Look,
older
he talking
than.
over you. Look, he talking over you. He talking over you. He ain't gonna let you talk, SDX.
But I didn't even know he was talking.
Nah, look.
Because you only hear
I
yourself.
said, nah, y'all both fighting the same fight. And that's trying to promote one brand because it's his birthday. And then he like, but don't forget about the brand that I got on. Shout out to all the sponsors. You feel me?
No, shout out
Big
to all the
TVV.
sponsors. And that's just a dickhead. He talk over people, and it's like, bro, it's like I'm tapping you, I'm texting you, I'm trying to get this shit off. You know what I'm saying? And it's like you just saying fuck
Oh,
you.
like that time I tapped and texted you at Blue Wire?
You never tapped me. Never
too
tapped
far.
me.
He too far.
Never tapped me.
He too far at Blue Wire.
Never tapped me, but it's like, champ, you could have just jumped in. You could have jumped in, just like I was trying to jump in. But yeah,
I'm trying to be professional, so I text you.
If you're trying to be professional, then don't fucking talk over motherfuckers.
Bruh, this
champ.
the streets. Morning show is the streets.
So then don't try to be professional, man. Fuck that shit. Trying to throw your tie on for the man. You trying to throw your tie on for the man. Look at
Yo,
this
you
guy.
still cutting this guy off. Let him talk.
I one more thing, then I'm out of here, bro. It sounds like both of y'all need some of that RD. You feel me?
We ain't had a break. This is a 5-hour show, man. We need a break. We need to
Man,
smoke.
we out. That's GTO, Ringwalk Danny, Instagram and Twitter. We are the Boxing Voice. Catch us in a fucking hour and 20 minutes live from the Blue Wire Studios.
Because we love what we do.
Inside of the very beautiful Wynn Hotel and Casino on the Las Vegas Strip. The Boxing Voice on all forms
You can actually
of social
join
media.
us there. It's a big glass window. You guys can stand out front, flash some titties if you want to, do whatever you got to do. Yesterday, we actually put the camera on Bob Santos as he walked in live. It was an amazing show. So, yeah, check it out if you haven't already done so right here at youtube.com/The Boxing Voice. Catch my co-host on Instagram at Ringwalk Danny. Is it the same on Twitter?
Same on Twitter, same on TikTok. Nest GTO, Instagram and Twitter. Nesta Gibbs on fucking YouTube. Is it Nest GTO?
We out. It's over. We out. It's Nest got to go.
All right, bye.